And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were using
This is too much sometimes.
from the beginning.
Testing. That's more like it. No audio, buddy. Yeah, forgot to hit a switch. Everything was perfect except one switch. Let's get this party started. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Oh, excuse me. Hello, how are you? Today's date is Friday, August 4th, 2023, in the year of our Lord, 2023. Today's guest is Diego Bosch. Diego is a historian. He is doing a PhD now studying the relevance of the concept of the New World Order. Very interesting way that I met this guest. He actually found my massive Saturn death cult, I guess he called a thread on Twitter, now known as X, and he found that it was relevant to his area of expertise and research. So he's going to be joining us today to talk about NWO Illuminati Elite. By the way, don't forget to go to endofdaysradio.com where you can get updated news on End of Days Radio, see an upcoming list of guests. You can donate to the show through PayPal or through Bitcoin. Bitcoin would be cool. Still haven't got any Bitcoin from anybody. I'm sure that the crypto market crashing hasn't been good for those types of transactions. But when it happens, I will let you guys know. I don't know when the next bull run is going to hit, but hopefully it will happen sometime in the next couple years. Some people are saying it's already happened, so we'll have to see about that. For those of you that have an interest in crypto, remember to hit me up at danielenofdaysradio@gmail.com. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, if you'd like to be a guest on the show, I would certainly like to talk to you. But let's stop jibber jabbering. Let us move on to the main event. I'm about to bring on our guest for today, Diego Bosch. And boom. Hello.
Hello, Daniel. How are you?
I'm good. It is good to see you. Thank you for joining us on camera. It's always so much nicer.
Thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. So, to get us started, I wanted to kind of ask how your story began. I know you have a supreme interest in a line of research covering the types of topics that we like to cover on the show, and also what I like to talk about on social media and stuff like that. Could you tell me where you're from and how you first heard of this concept of the elite or Illuminati or whatever label you would prefer to use for these people?
Well, I'm from Peru, in South America, and I live. You hear me, right?
Yeah, you sound great.
Yes. I live in Spain, and I'm a historian. I'm doing a PhD about this new world order stuff because traditional historiography doesn't believe too much in this. They have another approach to history, and they deny these possibilities. It's kind of hard to work about this, but in my opinion, it's the most important thing because for sure there's something. For sure there is one global elite that we can trace maybe 200 years ago, something like this. I don't know the dimension. I don't know exactly what are the names, but for sure there's something very, very evil, and there's something that for sure needs to be investigated. But traditional historians don't like this topic. They have a very not flexible approach, and it's a real problem, But I'm trying to go to in another direction with this alternative source, alternative theories that actually makes a lot of sense and explain many things that let's say average historians cannot, or traditional historians, which has a lot of prestige, doesn't want to cover. And they focus on what they want to focus, and what they told them to focus, and they reject other possibilities.
Yeah, sadly, a lot of the problems has got to be the money. I mean, these people literally seem to be some of the biggest donators to the schools and universities.
Yeah.
They seem to have a little bit of a grip on our educational system, which is frightening to say the least. Not only that, but if you are somebody that talks about these topics, they're constantly called fringe or kooky or paranoid. You get a lot of this type of talk.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you're completely sure. You have heard probably about the Skull and Bones and all these kind of things, right?
Yes, absolutely. I've read what's out there.
Are from Yale, and they are in very, very big universities like Oxford, Cambridge, and the real good ones, and they've been there for sure. And
yeah,
this is something. So they are not gonna fund you if you don't follow the line of thinking of these people. So it's a problem, right? For sure. and they control these things. They control the media. The point is, I don't know what are the names. I don't know how much families. I don't know who are exactly the people and what are their connections to each other. This is very hard to explain and very hard to investigate because it's hidden information and they want to hide it. But for sure, there's something fishy and something very bad going out there. Yes, that's what I think.
I definitely agree with that. Part of the problem, I think, is we have the internet, and you would think that, I mean, when the internet originally came out, it gave you an incredible sense of freedom, like all this knowledge at our fingertips. We can put anything up there. We can find any information we need. We can share information. But the internet seems to literally come from these same people. It was definitely a product of military industrialization and military budget, DARPA, stuff like that. That stuff is all tied to these, New World Order, globalist type of people. And sadly, because they do seem to have control over the internet, and the tech billionaires and people like that all seem to be part of this grand game, whatever you want to call it, information is actually being erased. I can remember browsing online and finding websites and reading certain things, whether it be about like this Illuminati stuff or even things about aliens and things like that. And maybe the person who was hosting that information, maybe they just, stopped paying for their server bill, or maybe it got deleted somehow. But it seems like what I'm trying to say is, like, with books, you can't unplug them and make them go away. That doesn't work in the world of books. But in the world of the internet, especially now that we're all on social media, everything is so much more tightly controlled. They have a good lockdown, a good amount of control.
There's a big censorship everywhere, and this kind of posts, they delete them as much as they can. Sometimes it's impossible to control all the people, but they try to delete information about September 11 and about anything. They censor and delete. It's very, very hard to pass their censorship to be in the internet because they run it somehow.
Yeah. 9/11 was a big one. I remember early on, not that long after it happened, maybe 6 months to a year after they had all the rubble cleared away, there were protesters out there, and that's probably the first time I heard the term truth movement. I don't remember if that's exactly what they called it back then, but even me at the time, I did not understand. Like you said earlier, that there's for sure something there. And
for sure there's something there.
Yeah, definitely.
I cannot explain now at this moment, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to explain someday, because it's going to be very hard to know, okay, who are the people, who are the names, what are their real connections, because now I just can tell you that there's something very evil and very bad going out there, that the world is, excuse me, is fucked up but by these people, but I exactly don't know what are their real connections, their real names. But there's something, yes, because some people, it's more the Rothschild, other the Rockefeller, other says the Rockefeller are servants of the Rothschild. This kind of hierarchy, the real hierarchy, I cannot explain. It's hard. I'm investigating. It's hard, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to explain. It's very, because they hide it. It's not possible, But it's, at least it deserves a try.
Yeah, I've heard similar things about the Rockefeller family, that I've heard that they're kind of subservient to the Rothschilds, and they're also related to them. I'm not sure, but you also hear stuff like, oh, Hitler was a Rothschild, and Barbara Bush was George Bush's mother, or no, Aleister Crowley, and
yeah, he was Aleister Crowley was a black magician, right, from the Britain, right?
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
he's
he
a
was.
black magician from England, and he
I mean, he was in
yeah.
in touch with very powerful people in Britain. That is what is frightening. You know, what is
Mm,
frightening is not that if there's a witch, a black magician, or something like this, and it's made by some common people, poor people, middle class people, I don't care too much. You know, it's not nice, but I don't care too much. But the problem is that they rule this the world system. That's the problem. Who is making this kind of rituals? Who is into this? Is bankers. They control Wall Street. So that's a problem. That's why it's terrifying. That's a problem. It's not the black magic that I distrust. I don't trust in this. I mean, I don't feel safe about this. I don't like. But who are the people who is behind it? That's a problem. It's very people with a lot of money, with a lot of money. That's a
are
problem.
are you a Christian or a Bible believer, Catholic maybe?
I don't know what to reply. I mean, I haven't found it true. No, I would. I think there's one God, but I cannot explain too much about it. I have
Mm.
not. It's very hard to. I don't. But if you ask me if I'm a traditional Christian, that I'm not for sure. But I believe there must be something there. But the thing is, it's irrelevant if, for example, are you a Christian or something?
I'm kind of the same as you, where I remain. I don't really like the term agnostic because that doesn't seem to fit either. I definitely I know that there's a God. I like to say source, like the source of all things.
That's the
Um,
thing. I always use the word the source
yeah,
of everything. There's something. I'm not atheist. Atheist. I'm not atheist.
me neither, because that doesn't
Uh,
make sense to me either.
no,
It's
it
just
makes no
too
sense. For sure,
devoid.
there's
Yeah,
something powerful, something powerful, spiritual, energy that we cannot explain with our rational minds, and maybe we are not never going to be able to explain it. But for sure, I think there's something like that. But the problem is that it doesn't matter if we are atheist, agnostic, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. The point is that these people are they believe in these things. They are not atheist. This elite are not atheist. They believe in these things, and they worship. They have some very dark worships, like dark religion and satanic. Yes, I think so. I think, unfortunately, I think there is satanism. These elites. I mean, you just maybe have heard about the Pizzagate, and you heard Hillary Clinton talking about Moloch. Moloch
yeah,
is Satan. You know, there's no way to deny it. Or the Rothschild party. It's full of from 1972 is full of satanic symbolism. You know, and that was the thing. Because I contacted you because I wanted to I wanted to ask you about that Rothschild party, because I was researching, but I wanted to know your point of view also.
yeah. I'm fascinated by it myself. The 1972
Yeah,
Rothschild Ball, where there were several celebrities there, including Audrey Hepburn
yeah.
and what's his name, the famous painter.
Salvador Dalí.
Yeah, Salvador Dalí. Um,
Yes, yes.
Amazing. And Audrey Hepburn was wearing a
A bird
bird
cage.
cage on her
Yes,
head. Almost,
yes,
in my opinion, to me, that's telling us something. Like, you see a lot of these celebrities nowadays, like Lady Gaga or
yeah,
Rihanna or even Taylor Swift or Britney Spears,
yes,
Eminem,
yes.
Kanye West, Will Smith.
Yes, but you need to think that it was in the 70s, and it was a very different. I think it has not too much. Well, maybe it has connection with these kind of celebrities you are saying, but in the case of Audrey Hepburn was very special, and I mean, how to explain it? I think, okay, well, for what I've been researching. I think in that party, for sure, it was a satanic symbolic ritual, but I'm not sure if they make a real ritual, with blood sacrifice.
Sure.
I have no proof. I can conclude about after thinking a lot, because the thing that if Audrey Hepburn wasn't there, I would have said, yeah, there was a blood sacrifice, but I cannot imagine her doing these kind of things. I cannot imagine her for many reasons. If you want to talk about,
Yeah, she's a very beautiful, charming actress.
She was like an angel, but
My Fair Lady.
Oh, My Fair Lady was the best film I ever seen in my life, to be honest.
Oh yeah, you gotta love that Swinky accent.
Sorry?
Oh, I love her accent. That the low class accent she puts on through the movie. Before she gets dressed up and becomes a class act.
Well, her performance was above everything. I've seen a lot of movies, and in that picture, and she was a great actress, but in that film she was beyond everything, in my opinion. I never seen a actress performance as complete as she reinvented the film. She makes something new. The film was she was the how you say it in English, the differential factor in that film.
Yes.
She marked the difference, because without her, I think the film was very artistic itself without her, but with her, it was a masterpiece. For me, in my opinion, that is the best film I ever seen, the most artistic. I never seen something like that. It was very, very, very different. It was not a conventional film. It has nothing to do with normal films. In my opinion, it was a real artwork masterpiece, for sure.
I believe her, if I have this correctly, I think her mother was also an actress. I recall seeing something like that when I was kind of looking her up, but that would kind of make you wonder, because I've heard a theory that a lot of these celebrities and musicians are actually related, perhaps distantly, to to these people, these bloodlines, cousins, royal
do you
families.
say that her mother was what?
Oh, I believe she was an actress as well, and she was.
Her mother was not an actress. Her mother was a baroness. Okay, yeah, that's what make me think that she could. Yeah, I mean, I cannot be 100% sure of her innocence. Okay, I cannot say 100% Audrey Hepburn was innocent, and she was not into these satanic rituals. I cannot be 100%, but I'm almost 80%, 90% sure that she was not even. She was in that party, and she even didn't know what was going on there. Her mother was a baroness. That's a factor. She was. I mean,
see, I didn't know that. That's blowing my mind. Yeah,
I mean, if you tell me another person, I would say, nah, she 100% no possibilities. But with her, I'm not 100% sure that she's innocent, because she has some features, some traits that make possible that she was into these kind of things. The first thing, she was the only Hollywood actress who was a real. She came from the Middle Age time.
Wow.
Yes. She has a bloodline very selected. I mean, her grandmother family, who was a Dutch baroness, and that made her almost a baroness in somehow. Somehow Audrey Hepburn was a baroness too, and her grandfather was by mother blood, but mother line, was governor of Suriname, which was the Dutch colony in South America. And also governors of Indonesia, the Dutch colony in Asia, and mayors of some cities in Netherlands. She had a not common bloodline. She had a real bloodline. She was an elite bloodline, and many people doesn't know this about her. That's why I was thinking. That's what I was expecting of her, because her bloodline was very high.
I feel like with these with these elite actresses and singers that in some way, when they are put out in front of the world, they are in some way representing the goddess that these families that have the dark religion you talked about, the satanic worship, paganism. I feel like they are something of a representation of the goddess worship of ancient times. Like they're put out there for a ritual effect or something of that nature.
It looks like there's something strange on the more modern celebrities, but going back to this case of Audrey Hepburn, I mean, she had the bloodline, and she was a depressive person, and she smoked 60 cigarettes per day. Sometimes, I mean, she was very close to the Rothschild from France, because Rothschild has branch here. There, she was very close to the Guy de Rothschild and her wife Marie-Hélène, who was her cousin. She was very friend of them, and I was researching.
So she's actually cousins to the Rothschilds.
No, Audrey Hepburn was not cousin. I mean, Marie-Hélène of Rothschild was the wife of Guy de Rothschild, who was a legendary banker. He controlled France, man. Can I share my screen?
Oh, absolutely. You should just have to go to present at the bottom, and then it'll give you an option to share screen as the last option. It should be down at a bar on the bottom of your screen in between settings. And
I'm going to try to do. I want to show you this picture because it's very important.
Certainly, yeah. Let's check this out.
Yeah, I have been researching a lot of Audrey Hepburn. I mean, I'm very big fan of her, but I'm open to admit that if she's guilty or not. I'm very I mean, try to be as much realistic, and even if I'm a fan, I'm able to say, hey, she was guilty, but I have not enough proof,
Sure, yeah, it's very hard to find anything incriminating, because a lot of these people might be being controlled or being used as puppets or slaves. I really doubt they're volunteers. If anything,
yes, look this picture. This is very important, okay? This picture, you hear? Yeah, now.
Not
you
quite.
see?
Oh wait, here we go. Hold on, let me
see?
add this. Oh, there we go. This is more like it. So for those of you just listening, we're seeing a picture of Audrey Hepburn, a black and white photo. And who are these around her?
Okay, this is a picture from 1962. I'm not sure the months, but I think she was filming Charade. That's a very good film. Okay, the two persons are this girl with the mask. Again, the mask. I mean, it's nothing. Doesn't mean that it must to be like Ace Wide Out. That film. You've seen the film, right?
What's the film called?
That with Tom Cruise, Kubrick, Eyes Wide Shut.
Eyes Wide Shut. Oh, okay, yeah. It also looks kind of like a Egyptian sort of snake headdress.
It looks like some Egyptian. I saw that. I'm not sure because I don't know too much about this. Historians doesn't know too much about this, but they look Egyptian. Okay, but she is a very, I don't remember her name, but she was a very rich and important French aristocrat. Okay, she was very, very rich. I don't remember, but she was very elite French aristocrat lady. And here we have Guy de Rothschild and then her wife Marie-Hélène. Okay, they are cousins and a couple. Okay, this is Guy de Rothschild. They were the guys who held the 1972 party.
Gotcha.
You got it. You got what I want to tell you. That they are Guy de Rothschild and Marie-Hélène. They held the party in 1972, the ball, surrealistic ball,
at the Rothschild mansion.
Yes. They were the guys who this man in the middle with the other woman. Yeah, his Guy de Rothschild and Rothschild family.
Yeah. So this was more than just a celebrity being invited or paid to attend. She's much more connected to the Rothschild family than we ever we realized.
I mean, you watched My Fair Lady, right?
Sure, yeah.
You remember the Queen of Transylvania?
No, I don't remember it that well. That's interesting though.
A scene in the ball where she goes and dances and she passes as a princess.
Transylvania.
No, do you remember the scene where she goes to the ball, the embassy ball, where she goes to the king? Maybe.
No. It's been too long since I've seen it, but that's
okay. There's a scene
supremely interesting.
They have to convert her into a lady. Okay. And
yeah.
She has to go to a test in an embassy ball, and where she meets a queen of Transylvania. And the Queen of Transylvania is a Rothschild baroness for real, a real Rothschild.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm almost completely sure that Audrey Hepburn got the role for her because this picture is 1962 and she was very close to the Rothschild. I mean, Audrey Hepburn was very close to the Rothschilds. But is the celebrity the most closest of all to this French branch of the Rothschilds, because this is the French family. They have a branch in Germany, a branch in United Kingdom and United States, but the France, she was close to the French Rothschilds. What is the most terrifying thing is that the man who is beside her in her right side, okay, the man with this is Georges Pompidou, okay, who was general manager of the Rothschild Bank till 1962. And then in 1962, guess what? He became the prime minister of France. He was a general manager. And this is, you can even find in Wikipedia, this is not conspiracy theory, this is official theory. This Georges Pompidou, who is with Audrey Hepburn here, he became prime minister of France during the 60s after leaving the Rothschild Bank. So he was controlled. They put him into the French government because, he wasn't the prime minister, and then he became president of the French Republic in the 70s. So here you can see a real proof of how these people work. They put him. He was a general manager of the Rothschild, general manager of the Rothschild Bank, and they put him into the government.
That brings something to mind because you were mentioning how there's different Rothschilds, in different countries and things like that, and that's definitely correct. There are some in America as well. There's one prominent Rothschild on social media. He's the younger David Rothschild.
Yeah,
he's kind of like this playboy, billionaire type of guy. A lot of pictures, a big yachts and stuff like that. And he's involved in this program that scrubs the internet and tries to predict future events. Like it's almost like something from a comic book or a movie or something like that. To me, there's no coincidence that somebody in that type of position of power would be involved in advanced computer algorithms and programming and stuff like that, involved with trying to predict things, because that's what these people are all about, is having an effect on society and our future and where we are headed, as well as economic markets, money markets, since they do control the flow of just about everything, including the price of gold and oil and things of that nature. That's kind of how they make their money, by war profiteering and finding ways to raise and lower the price of goods so that they can.
Yeah, but how can he predict that? It's not. I'm amazed. How can he predict that economic future? Unless he have. I mean, I don't understand the point.
So, sure. So, it would it's basically looking for certain news stories and activity on the internet. Like if people are talking about certain phrases and certain phrases are repeating themselves in a certain pattern, this computer program looks for those patterns and looks for identical patterns that lead to certain things happening. So it's a way of using what people are talking about and surveilling. Yeah.
I can understand. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's. I mean, this family isn't. I don't know if all the members of the family, but the most important one for sure. But yeah, talking about, I understand. But what I think about this Rothschild party, okay, is that it was. I have no proof that there was a real satanic ritual there that night.
Sure.
I can. I mean, to be honest, I think Audrey Hepburn was not involved. Even if she had a bloodline from nobility, I don't think that she was involved in these kind of things. But maybe when she went out of the party, or when she went to sleep in, because that mansion, that palace had a lot of, in the basement, maybe they did this blood sacrifice in the basement, but not with Dalí, not with the painter, and not with her. Just maybe what I'm trying to tell you is that what I think is that these people has two lives, okay, two lives, and one like Playboy life, like they go to the races, they try to look with the Hollywood celebrities back then. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about the 60s, and for example, you see my picture now.
Looks like the same one is up.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, looks like we're looking at the same one still. Should be able to select a different slide.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. Yeah,
Go to share screen again.
I mean, I'm gonna try to.
By the way, would you mind if I brought some listeners on to participate in the conversation, perhaps ask questions?
No problem, please.
Okay. Well, while we're working on that,
I'm trying to.
Hello, Raven. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing?
Doing great. Good to hear that voice.
What?
Yeah, I finally got a stable connection. Buenos dias, Diego.
Buenos dias. Good morning. Wow. Yeah, look this, for example. Okay, this is the same guy, the Rothschild. You see now, all right?
Yes.
This is the guy, the Rothschild, the same guy with the. This is a races with the aristocratic meeting in the races. This is the same woman, and this is Audrey, and so they had a lot of kind of this. But I think that this Audrey had only had this access to their Playboy. They have two lives, okay, two lives. One very secret, and one more public. And she never went beyond this public life. I think she was not aware of nothing because they hide it. So
this is a horse race, obviously, right? Horse
races, yes.
Gotcha.
And they have much more, like I don't know. They had a lot, you know. They had wait, configuration.
Yeah, those horse races are
very this is another one. This is the you see right now.
Here we go. Let's bring this back up. There's another one. Looks like Audrey Hepburn again.
Yeah, here is the same guy, and here. So look, this was just. I think she just has access to. I'm trying to tell you that they have two lives, as double life.
She's so thin.
Yeah, she was double life.
Very young.
Like two personalities. You know, they have one for the public, and one hidden for their inner circle.
Multiple altars.
Well,
no, multiple.
Well, Diego,
not multiple altars. I'm telling you that they have one secret life. You know.
Yeah.
You understand?
Diego, is there a possibility that Audrey might have been related to them in some way?
No, she was very friend of them. I was researching, and the celebrity with most contact with them was her by far.
Huh.
by far.
They loved
Almost.
her.
Yeah, I mean, other actors had contact with them, but she was the most close to them from all the actresses, from all, even when she was old, you know, they look. For example, this is from, wait.
So this was a long time relationship that she had with.
No, she had, yes. Look. Look. I'm trying.
Here we go. Here's another one. This looks like.
You look.
Oh,
Now she's old. She's 86.
That's much. Wow.
Okay, they are the same people, you know. This is the
Yes.
same guy from the same woman, her wife, and she's the same. They have a long-term relation, but I think she never was aware of their hidden and dark side, you know. They had a dark side, but she was not involved there. I mean, they had a dark side, but and also a good side, which people can't suspect that they were into Satanism. You know, this is what I'm trying.
Well, what I was going to say is it possible, Diego, that he was her patron?
Sorry?
Is it possible that family might have been her patron?
Well, you mean like what do you mean by patron? Like supporting financially?
Yes. Well, you know, either that or someone who gave her the support to stay within the acting community. You know, a lot of times those families would act as a patron for individuals.
I always thought something, because she didn't make too much films, and she had a lot of money. Many actors with way more movies than her, like Marlon Brando, they went bankrupt a lot and she didn't make too much films, and she was rich always. And so I cannot. I mean, I always thought the possibility that they ran her money or something, or because they were bankers and they were friends.
Yes.
I mean, I think there's a strong possibility. I cannot be 100% sure, you know, but she didn't make too much films, and she had a privileged life, and she made a lot of expenses. Where did she take the money? I'm not sure. Maybe she has another things, and maybe she had not connection with them financially. But I think there's a possibility, because other actors went bankrupt, Marlon Brando and many others, and they made more films than her. So there's a possibility that there's something like what you are telling us, but I cannot be completely sure, you know.
Well, you know, it would be a mutually beneficial relationship, because she was very well loved, and she was, and her being associated with them would be a mutual relationship, because they could help manage her money and keep her estate in order, and her being with them would bring a highlight to them too, you know.
Sorry, I could not understand the last thing you said. Could you repeat? Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, we're having.
Sorry. Yeah, Raven has a little bit of a spotty connection.
We're having solar activity today too, but it would be a good mutual relationship, because her presence, because so many people loved her, would be a good reflection on them, and their banking skills would definitely be of use to her.
I think that there's a possibility that their banking is, because she has a lot of money and she didn't make too much films. I mean, it's not justified how much money she had. I'm surprised that maybe there's something that she did with her, because her mother was a baroness. Maybe has nothing to do with the Rothschild, but there's a possibility, you know, a strong possibility.
You see certain like physical features, you know, here and there, like different like phenotypes, I guess you call them, with the different members of the family. Like in this picture, the gentleman in the upper left, he's almost like a splitting image of the gentleman I was mentioning. Well, I shouldn't call him a gentleman. These people aren't anything but gentle, but he's a splitting image of the David Mayer de Rothschild, the 44-year-old that I was talking about earlier, that is involved with the computer program. I believe he's works at Microsoft, and it's the exact same look. The only difference is this guy has gray in his beard, and the other David, the younger one, he's he doesn't have any graying going on, at least not yet. He might dye his beard.
I don't understand what your point is, because I get lost. Sorry. You mean that?
Sure, yeah. Well, I just noticed that this guy in the upper left, he looks like the guy I was talking about earlier. He looks almost just like him. Like, I wonder if that's his
He
father.
was a Dutch actor, and he was her partner, of her boyfriend of Audrey in the 80s.
Okay, so he's not even a Rothschild.
No. He's not. He was Dutch actor, and her boyfriend, her partner. She has not Rothschild connections. He has not connections.
But
To be
now,
honest.
Well, here I'll show you.
Her mother was her mother. Oh,
Was a Dutch
what I was going to say
baroness.
is her mother was wow. So she would have been connected to the Dutch family. That would be the let's see, that would be the Orange family.
Yes. I mean,
that
they were a high family, a high family in the yeah. I mean,
so I brought this picture up.
They had access to the Queen of Netherlands, and yes, I mean, her mother, the Kaiser from German Empire, from that lost in the First World War. Okay, he was exiled to the Netherlands in the 20s after they abolished the German Empire, the Second Reich. And guess who sold the house to him? Was the Audrey Hepburn mother sold to the Emperor of Germany. She sold her the house, the accommodation to the Kaiser, and the family of her was not a common family; was a important family.
Yeah.
This picture I put up. This is him, David Rothschild, and look at him, and then see his face, and then look at this guy back in the other picture. See that? They're twins.
There's something, but I mean, they're
twins.
I think there's a. I think
kissing cousins.
It's just a coincidence. I mean, I think it's not related.
If her mother was a baroness in the Netherlands, then Kaiser Wilhelm would have been a cousin of them.
A cousin of her?
The Dutch, through the Dutch monarchy. Yes.
Yeah.
Distant, still related. So Audrey came from royal.
She came from royal blood. I've read that she came from kings from the Middle Time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not many people
see,
know
that's amazing. I never knew that.
Yeah. I know most people doesn't know nothing about, but she had royal blood. She had royal blood somehow. Governors of Indonesia, governors of Suriname. Her family was governors of Indonesia, governors of Suriname. Her grandfather was the governor of Suriname. The biggest authority in the Dutch colony in South America was her grandfather of her. And many people doesn't know. The mayor of Arnhem, that city close to Germany, was her family from her. So yes, she has a royal family, kind of. Let's say she had a royal family.
Strong bloodline.
Yeah. That's what I was suspecting.
Yeah.
That this, because this Rothschild only are going to include you if you have this kind of bloodline. But to be honest, I cannot find enough proof to claim that Audrey Hepburn was involved in satanic rituals. There's a possibility, because she came from a royal family and she has some things, but there's a possibility. But I think it's a 10%, and I think she's 90% innocent. I have no proof to claim that she was satanic.
There's no way, there's no way to know that, but it's amazing that you found the connections. Do you realize, Daniel and Diego, if her family came out of the royal lineage in Germany, that means that her family are directly related to the Habsburgs from Germany. Isn't that amazing?
I've read that also his father, which was a British gentleman, he came from some royal family from the British house, from the Middle Times. I'm not completely sure, but I heard in the Wikipedia that they said they said that, but according to Wikipedia, she's also connected to British family, royal family. So
nice.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, she had a lot of power. I mean, she went to the Congress she when she was into the UNICEF, she went to the American Congress in the 1990, and she got 20 million money. They let her talk,
Ooh.
and they release the funds for her. She went to the Congress, to the American Congress in the 1990. Take the money. They gave all the money she asked. And I mean, she had connection with Reagan, with Donald Trump. You have pictures of her with Reagan, Trump. I mean, she had a lot of big connections.
Diego, that's an interesting point. I was planning to ask you about this, but would you say that Donald Trump is part of these bloodlines or part of this these families as well?
I have no proof. I have not researched about that. I have no proof. I have no any knowledge about that.
Okay. Well, I can tell you, I've seen some stuff that definitely leans in that direction. I've seen some family tree diagrams, and his original family name was Drumpf, and they're from Bavaria. You know, Bavaria's the home of the
Munich Illuminati. Yeah, from the Illuminati.
Bavarian Illuminati. And then you have his strong connections to Jared Kushner and the nation state of Israel, which is the Rothschilds' creation, or not their recreation.
Yes, it was Jacob Rothschild created it. Yes. No. Yes, they. So it's possible, of course. All the powerful people are connected, you know.
Yeah,
but it's very possible that Trump is. If you mention that, I believe it sounds very rational.
Yeah,
very
a lot of people get mad at me though when I bring this stuff about Trump, because over here, Diego, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but there's a whole cult surrounding Donald Trump. The people, there's people over here that worship him.
Yes, I know, but
yeah,
but I didn't know too much about Trump. I saw pictures of her with Trump, but I mean, she has access to high politicians and to royal family. She
yes.
To these guys,
Well,
these two guys are more important than Trump. You know, these
yes,
guys
absolutely.
They are more important than royal families. I mean,
these are the guys that would walk up to Trump or the Queen and
France,
give them a black eye.
They rule France. They ruled France. I mean, the
Prime
Diego.
Minister,
they put the prime minister.
Yeah.
The prime minister of France, Georges Pompidou, was a general manager of the Rothschild Bank, and also the president Emmanuel Macron is. He worked from the Rothschild Bank, and this is not conspiracy theory. This is official information. You know, they rule the world somehow.
Yes.
They rule the world somehow. But
Yeah.
Yes.
I was just looking for one of my favorite pictures. It's the one where let's see, open image, new tab. Oh, it doesn't want to give me the image. Let me try a different way. But it's that famous picture of Evelyn de Rothschild that's poking Prince Charles in the chest.
It's just what's for you. Did you find any other connections with Audrey and other royal families, or just the Rothschilds?
You're gonna have to repeat that.
Obviously, her family
breaking
were
it real bad.
All right, let me move my phone here, y'all. What I said, Diego, did you find any connections to other royal families other than just her lineage?
Other connections of royal families between who?
Between Audrey and other royal families other than just her family.
She had access to high aristocracy over Europe, Italian Duchess. She was there like. Yeah. I mean, she was very appreciated, and yes,
I wonder if
her family.
I wonder if she.
I mean,
well, you know,
he has a lot of friends between the high aristocrat, duchess, dukes, in Italy, in France, in everywhere. Yes.
Well, you know, if her mother was a baroness, when her mother passed, she would have inherited that title.
Yes, she passed in the 80s. Yes, Yeah, and that's what I'm telling you. It's not official, but I told to Daniel, I think that it make her a baroness. Yeah, she was a baroness.
Yes.
Really. Yeah, she was a baroness.
I think that's interesting because in the past, the royalty were like the celebrities now. And who would think that a lot of these celebrities are pretty much the same family, just wrapped in a different package, yet still in a position of power, influence, and almost worship? Because even people now love Audrey Hepburn. I see posters of her when you go to Walmart and places like that.
A lot.
Yeah,
She's,
you know that famous poster where she's it's black and white and she's wearing that tight shiny dress.
Yeah, from
and she
breakfast and Tiffany's. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that picture. It's her most horrible one, but it's her most famous picture. But for me, it's her.
Well, yeah, but you have to remember, Americans are materialists, so that picture would have,
Can you see what the picture I'm sharing now?
Yes, the famous birdcage picture we were talking about earlier from the ball.
Yes. So what I'm trying to tell you is that she most likely she was not aware of the meaning of this birdcage. She was not under hypnosis. She was not under mind control, because people say this MKUltra or something. Yes, it has that meaning maybe, but I mean, I used to think that she was mind control, then an alternate ego or some multiple personality, and then she went into satanic rituals, but I have no evidence.
Well,
Yeah.
another symbology with that birdcage is if you are a royal family, you are kind of caged in by your position. There are things that you can and cannot do, and then there are things that you have to do. It's like being in a cage.
I understand, but this is what I contacted Daniel, because I wanted to know what's her opinion of the symbolism of this birdcage. Because I have heard this MKUltra, but what are the sources? What is the real thing there? Because I don't know. It's very obvious that it's a strong possibility that it means mind control, because a cage is, you control a bird into the cage is controlled by the owner. So if they put you the cage is a meaning of control somehow. If they put it in your head, it means my control. Yes, it's like this. But what are these? What do you think about this symbolism? Does it mean my control really, or how do you see it, Daniel?
Well, when I first saw it, I always think that because I know certain things about the Illuminati, and I know that there's a hierarchy in there, and that they control the people in the hierarchy through two ways: extreme threats and fear, and then also blackmail. So you were talking about satanic rituals earlier. One thing that they do, I know on YouTube, YouTube, popular platforms all over the world, there's certain people that become popular on there who these guys actually approach, and they make them a part of the team by either filming them doing something awful.
They do that. That's for sure that they do. I know they do.
Or they don't threaten you. Like, if they were to threaten me, I don't care. I'm balls to the wall. I'm kamikaze. I don't care what they do to me. But if they threaten my loved ones, different story.
Yes.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's a cage. What greater control is there than fear? These people have mastered, the art of war, or The Prince by Machiavelli. These people use those tactics against us.
Yes. But I heard this was related to MKUltra project. MK.
Sure.
How do you pronounce MKUltra, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
MKUltra. There's a lot of different types of programming.
Is this related to MKUltra, the birdcage?
I'm sure it is. It is.
It is?
Well, you mentioned earlier that she had her life and her personality that was, the extroverted thing that society and the public sees, and then the hidden world. Well, that's kind of MKUltra is, turning a person. Okay, for example, this is like the closest thing I can think of it. Kesha. there was a famous singer, young lady named Kesha, a blonde girl, very young, and she did this music video where there's a big pentagram in the background, and all these young people dancing, doing a lot of like bisexual sort of sexual stuff in front of this big flaming pentagram. It was very satanic, and all of her not all of her fans, but a lot of her fans are saying, Kesha, why would you do this? Why are you involved with this? Another thing she did was she had her fans send in their teeth, and she made a necklace out of their teeth, and she was wearing it. But people were asking her about it, and she goes, no, they made me do this. I didn't want anything. And then she put that on Twitter, and a couple days later, she deleted it. Another example for you, Cardi B, the famous African-American rap artist, female rap artist, she came out saying stuff like that. She's saying it's all controlled. The rap industry is this, it's that. She was talking about Illuminati and stuff like that. She put that on Twitter, and then all of a sudden, there's like these pictures of her where she's beaten up. She's got a black eye, and then all that stuff was removed off of Twitter, and then she just started talking normally to her followers, tweeting things that were just everyday normal, as if they came in and threatened her, and then they beat her back into line, if that makes sense. And this is what I'm seeing here based on what I've seen out there. This cage on Audrey Hepburn's head is nothing more than that same slavery that a lot of these celebrities and also, Diego, there's the fact that a lot of billionaires and heads of the banking industry have been murdered and thrown out of windows, seemingly out. Remember that app? I don't think it's Cash App. Raven, do you remember what that app was called? Where the founder, he suddenly got murdered or suicided or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to remember that. It's not Cash App. It was the other one.
Yeah.
It's not Cash App or PayPal.
No, it was the other one.
No,
it's on the tip of our brains, but inquiring minds can look that up. But it's just another example.
Something else to point out about actors and actresses through the 1940s and 50s is there were so many of them that had dual lives. You had Gene Kelly, you had Fred Astaire, you had, you had all these very, very popular people, but they had a public life and then they had a private life. Yeah. And they were able to maintain that. They were able to maintain that because it's not like there were cameras everywhere and we have cameras on our phones.
Yes, but I know, but I have no evidence of that she had a private life so dark that she was involved into blood sacrifice, satanic. I don't think so.
Oh yeah,
it's a possibility. It's a possibility, yes, but it's very weak possibility. The most easy thing. The easiest thing to think is Thanks for sharing the picture. This is satanic symbolism for sure. If you can...
look at this one. It's a weird box, and it's got two white balls on the side. It looks like apples or peaches in the middle. To me, this looks like it might have something to do with 9/11 because there's 9 of these red peaches, and then you have the 2 towers, the white things on the side. The box kind of looks like a building too, like the 2 airplanes, and it almost looks like an 11, like the box or maybe the white circular things. This looks like some kind, this would be 30 something years before, but it has that, that numeric sort of symbology. It says 9 red plus 2, that's 11, right? I'm doing my math right, simple math. So 9 red, 2 white, the 2 towers, the 9 red together is 11, 9/11.
It's 9/11, yes, but
could mean anything.
It can be anything,
Yeah, we can't jump to conclusions as researchers.
What I wanted to do is to research and to clarify, to decipher everything of all the symbolism, but I think it's very hard to decipher all this. Some are easy to find. She was a French actress. Okay, she was not very famous for us, but in France she has some fame. This woman, old woman, but she was a public person in France cinema from that era. I don't know who she is. I don't know exactly what is the symbol is. The apple, what does it mean, the apple? The original sin? I don't know.
Yeah, it's got to be the black leaves biting into the apple, the Luciferian belief
and
system.
She has a lizard there and a lizard here.
Oh, yeah, the lizard.
Yeah. So
dragon, salamander.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. I want to decipher all this, but I don't know if it's possible, because the Audrey Hepburn cage is the easiest thing to decipher from all these.
Sure.
Is the easiest thing. Can you pass the picture?
Well, and the other thing too we have to remember is when we're talking about actresses and musicians and even models and things like that, they get put into these situations. And they're it's part of their marketing or part of their professional career. They don't always have a choice in the symbology and the presentation that's being made.
You mean that they are not aware?
Yes.
Yes, I mean
they may not necessarily even. I can't say that.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to tell.
Well, I can't say that they don't know.
I think Audrey is innocent. She didn't know nothing about this. I think she was there. She was a friend of the Rothschild, a very close friend, but she never knew about her hidden activities. She just knew the good face of them. They had two faces, one bad face and one good face. And Audrey only met the good face, and she never suspected of their satanic rituals. That I'm sure they did, because all this party has.
Well, and we got to. But we have to be fair too. Historically, there's no way that we would ever know. They always had the private. There's no way that we would know. Is that better?
Yeah, interesting comment from the chat. All of these celebrities make the Faustian bargain. Bob Dylan admitted it in an interview. That's from the chat.
True.
I think there's some evidence of these people doing these satanic rituals. I mean, this is a satanic ritual. This party was a satanic ritual, but I'm not sure if there was a blood sacrifice there. If they killed kids or children, I don't know. Maybe, but I'm almost sure not in the presence of Salvador Dalí and not in the presence of Audrey Hepburn. Maybe they went out of the party and they started in the basement. That's a possibility. They took 10 guys from all these guests and they went into the basement because it was a palace. It has basements and a lot of things, and they started to do these kind of things. It's a possibility. But what I think is that most likely Audrey Hepburn was innocent and she was not aware of nothing. Most likely, that's the instant thing. It's hard to think that she was controlled and they hypnotic and they control her and they had sex with her and like it's like in this film Eyes Wide Shut, you saw
sex magic.
This exists. So one guy told.
And unfortunately,
sorry.
Unfortunately, we know that has been the modus operandi for these groups of people for centuries. So even if that was the case, at this point in time, it's like history. And, why besmirch the lady, even if we know that there were associations? It's the problem that you get into is we know that these rituals, even if it's ceremonial, they'll throw a party and it's all ritualistic instead of real. Mm-hmm. It's acted out instead of actually performed. It's still taking part in the ritual, and they do it all the time. So where you get into is it's like, do you want to accept her as the actress that she was and leave her in peace, or do you want to dig into the dark and the nasty? It's where you want to stay at in your own mind,
I don't understand your point.
Well,
I feel like he said,
what I'm trying to say.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Doc.
My English sometimes.
How you doing, Diego?
How you do?
I'm doing all right, man. Well, I feel like he's trying to say basically is like, if you feel uncomfortable and you really don't want to pursue that and you want to keep that pristine image of her, then he's saying because it's history and it's the past and she's already dead, I mean, like if you just want to be kind of like a noble historian, basically, then you just don't dig that shit up.
Exactly.
Because my English is not very good. Yeah, sometimes I don't understand. I mean,
I get it.
I think you sound great. Your English is pretty good.
But you speak clear as Daniel. I understand everything, but sometimes I do not recognize all the accents.
I'm sorry.
Diego, moving on. This picture I pulled up here. Look at all this Saturn symbology. This hat that the woman with the red hair is wearing.
Yeah.
I mean, and
that's what it makes sense. That this looks creepy, man. This is not. This is not surrealistic art.
Hey, Diego.
I know the work of Salvador Dalí. He doesn't. This is not like this. It's different. This is creepy, man. This is very different to Salvador Dalí paintings. And this is this is creepy. Then this is dark. This is bad, But exactly what's the meaning? Yes, it's Saturnian, but what does the Mona Lisa side mask mean? These things I want to understand, but I have not enough information to decipher everything.
Speaking of information, I was wondering if you would like me to give you a few leads.
What?
A few leads. Can you hear me better? Leads?
Yes.
Can you hear me, Daniel? Am I sounding
Yeah,
right?
you sound great. Avenues of research leads.
Yeah. Just give you some leads. You said you want more information, some professional avenues to pursue, evidence?
Yeah.
Books you can read?
Okay.
All right, are you familiar with a church called the Process Church of Final Judgment?
Church? What?
It's called the Process Church of Final Judgment. Okay, it was formed sometime in 1963, around 1964, as a splinter group from Scientology. The founder is a gentleman by the name of Robert Moore. They say he was like a British born, and he was born in Shanghai on August 10th, 1935, who had, according to account, a cavalry officer who served in Malaya. Well, in 1967 in San Francisco, the Process set up camp a few doors down, check this out, from where Manson was living at the time on Cole Street. Okay, now they set up operation in the spring of 1968. They were in Los Angeles, and by that time they were making a frontal assault on the entertainment industry, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something they had perhaps learned during their sojourn at Scientology. Remember, they're a splinter group from Scientology. So check this out. They had this weird style of expression and philosophy. They used to dress in black, and they would walk around with German shepherds that were leashed. And they would speak of worshiping Jehovah, Lucifer, and Satan.
Yeah, they're Satanics.
They were pretty common sight in California at that time. In fact, in the summer of 1968, the California operation of the Process Church certainly went underground. Also, just as important to note, in 1966, Anti-LaVey had already opened his Church of Satan.
Yeah.
To much media hoopla in San Francisco. Okay, now check this out. This is where it gets kind of spooky and groovy. All right. There's another thing you need to know about. There's another group you might want to research. They're called the Ancient Order Rosicrucians, or AMORC, right? Now, on May 28th, 1966, a young Palestinian immigrant fascinated with the occult had attended his first meeting of this ancient mystical order of Rose at Society's Akhenaten Lodge in Pasadena, California. And then he was subject of an experiment in sensory perception where he sit down blindfolded while attempting to identify objects by touch, right? Now check this out. AMORC was one of many splinter groups that broke from Syria in England. They also had O2O and Golden Dawn connections. Check this out. A few months, O2O, that's Crawley's group, and then the Golden Dawn connections. Then a few months later, that young Palestinian immigrant would be arrested for the assassination of Senator R.F. Kennedy. That Palestinian, of course, was Sirhan Bashar Sirhan. Now, much ink, that's what I'm saying, there's evidence for you. Now, much ink has been spilled on this subject, right, of the process. Now, Ed Sanders, right, here's a book. In his first edition of the Families Linked Process with a Mobic network of death cults in California. Not only that, And from there to Manson, investigative journalist Maury Terry has linked him to Charles Manson as well as the Son of Sam killings. In fact, Manson was known to them and had written an article for the death issue of their magazine, which is trippy. Not only that, and this is odd, Manson once boasted to some friends, "I am Robert Moore." Remember, Robert Moore is the founder of the Process Church.
Process Church.
Yeah, so it makes sense that we explore this group a little to see how they could become involved with Manson and by extension, the Tate LaBianca killings. And if Mary Terry is correct, a spate of killings from California to New York. So I would start there.
Huh, good stuff.
But now, the Process Church,
Yes.
wasn't there a connection in France?
Yeah, they were everywhere.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, Process Church. Yeah. Because see, what happens basically, and this is what people don't realize, right?
But wait, Doc, before you go further,
Diego,
what I'm trying to say is the Process Church was connected through the Actors Guilds from Los Angeles to the Actors Guilds in England and France and Italy. So you might want to check the Process Church and see if Audrey had any connections there if you really want to dig.
Unless you want to go crazy, because like he told you before, he's telling you like Super Chicken told Fred, the job is dangerous before you take it, all right? You might learn some things you don't want to learn. So
it can be dangerous, certainly. Diego, go ahead.
Tell me.
Oh, I was just gonna ask you, do you ever feel like looking into this stuff can be dangerous sometimes?
I don't care. I know.
I like that.
I like that too, brother. Welcome to the club.
I don't care. If they do something, it's welcome.
I mean, we're gonna die anyway. So
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Let's go out with a bang.
What's the problem to die in 1 year than in 20 years, in 30 years? So I don't care too much. But
Diego, have you researched anybody else?
Yes, it's like this. The person who was blocking me, because when I saw all these pictures, I saw okay, this is clearly a satanic ritual. At least the symbolism satanic. You have this, for example, this. Look, this picture is undeniable satanic. It's like
the picture we're looking at right now. The lady in the front, she's got long antlers on, probably representing the horn god. And then if you look at the shadows cast in the background, this could be more that surrealist Salvador Dalí type of art, where the
doesn't look, man. This doesn't look like Salvador Dalí. Nothing.
Maybe that's the cover.
I hate to bust your bubble. I hate to bust your bubble, Diego. I hate to bust your bubble, Diego. But actually, Salvador Dalí, just like Manson, wrote articles for the Process Church. Just wanted to throw that in there.
How do you know? But you have source for
that.
I
have evidence that in that book I just gave you. Those two books and those journalists.
If you look, if you can send me an email with all these, it will be.
I will. Yeah, I'll give you a whole bibliography, man.
How do we contact you, Diego? What's your email?
You can give him my email. I would like to have this information.
Give it to Daniel. Yeah, give it to Daniel, and Daniel give it to me.
Yes.
Can I read your email? Can I read your email?
If that's true, what this Robert is saying, that Salvador Dalí was connected with this satanic, and it makes everything easier to understand, and this will change my perspective. And now maybe Audrey has.
I'm gonna give you a lot of books, man. You came on the right show.
Not 10%, but maybe she was 50% guilty or not. That increased the possibilities of she being in satanic.
Diego,
for many times.
Diego, can I give out your email on air, or do you want to keep it private?
Give them rolling. Keep them rolling.
Okay, write this down, everybody. That's Bosch Diego, BOSCH Diego DIEGO 90 Bosch Diego 90 at gmail.com. If you have any tips or leads or avenues of research, please send them to Diego.
Just because what I was trying is Raven told me that if I investigated other the thing was that look this.
And I also wanted to point out in this picture the shadows in the background of the horns. They make it look like the guys in the back have horns, and these candles in the back look like horns too. And then you have this thing on the door handle, looks almost like an upside down cross. The three candles look like a trident.
All these things, for me, it looks like a satanic ritual. Everything, all the mobility, all the everything, all the candelabras. It looks very creepy, man. This is
Yes.
not the art of Dalí. Salvador Dalí didn't make painting. It has nothing to do with this art. This looks other thing. This is creepy. Salvador Dalí is surrealistic, but this is other thing.
And that defines surrealism. Surrealism is like the bridge between fantasy and reality.
But,
yes.
but his paintings.
Well, look at this.
His paintings are
Look at
not
this
like
picture.
This.
Look at this picture. That's an altar.
What an altar?
That's an altar in the background there.
The background. There are two guys with the top hat going.
Good catch, Raven.
Yeah, that's an altar sitting right behind her head.
What's the altar? What do you mean?
It's a ritualistic altar.
It's almost like a horn that turns into a hand, and then a black box, black cube, Saturn symbology. And people listen to the podcast version. We're trying to describe through audio what we're seeing with these pictures. If you want to see the pictures, make sure to go to YouTube. End of Days Radio is the name of the channel, and then you'll be able to actually watch the show. For this one, I would especially give it a look because see at the bottom we have a dead tree, which I feel may represent the world tree being killed by the elite or the satanic materialism. You also have the gentleman in the background with the gold paint on his face, and he's got little baby hands coming out of his head, and then a guy in a top hat to the right who's seemingly coming from the back, and then a shadowy figure in a top hat behind everybody who's going through a white veil, almost as he's passing through some kind of veil. It's some very strong symbology here. This has to be some form of magic at work. And there's also bubbles floating around the background. The guy with the baby hands on his head is blowing bubbles.
Yes.
I mean, this looks very strange. And in this, I want to decipher, but this is. Look this picture. This is an altar, a blood sacrifice. This is a human sacrifice. This is satanic for sure.
Yes.
This picture is very easy to understand. This is very easy. The bear cage is.
He said it's very easy to understand.
This is very easy to understand. This is
well, you know, Diego, I am so glad that I was able to get on here with you with Doc, because we will have information we can give you to help if you really want to dig and find out. We can definitely help. You picked a good podcast to come on, brother.
Don't say we didn't warn you.
Yeah.
But this is a satanic altar.
And some more things to point out about this picture. It's basically two guys in the same top hats. They have white bow ties on this time, and there is it looks like a dummy from a department store or a mannequin, and its genitals are covered by two roses. Its breasts are blurred out. Its head looks shaven. Its throat looks slit and then it's holding its hand up to its throat as if it hurts and it's suffering. And then it's like I said, on top of this strange bed of roses. In the back is a curtain with a slight opening in it. 3 candles in the background. Once again, number 3 represents the devil's trident. The devil knocks 3 times. Just once again, loaded with symbology. One of the gentlemen in the background, or both of them actually, has one of their eyes obscured by shadow, almost giving some sort of Illuminati symbolism. Eye of Horus, eye of many Shemyaza, or something of that nature. Could go pretty deep with that, but that's not the point here. We're observing these pictures and we're trying to decipher some of the symbology. I'm good at it, sort of. I'm no Jordan Maxwell, but I'm kind of learning their symbols bit by bit as I research, and it's very hard to interpret sometimes, but we're doing our best here.
Well, being on a bed of roses also indicates that they were sacrificed as a virgin.
Yes. I mean, this is one of the easiest pictures to understand. Of this is a sacrifice, an altar, and they sacrifice a virgin or a lady. But I mean, it's very hard to know what happened in that night. What I'm trying to tell that dismembering, this looks like, also reminds to Santeria in Cuba, black magic in Cuba. They use these kinds of dolls. Dismembering dolls is a child sacrifice. This is a child sacrifice, meaning, I don't. This is clearly satanic. What I want to tell you, everybody, is that this party was a satanic symbolism party, but I don't know if they committed the real sacrifices that night. That night, I'm not sure, because Dalí was there, because Audrey Hepburn was there. It's kind of hard to imagine that they did it with them. But in other days, without Audrey Hepburn, without Salvador Dalí, they for sure do. Other days, yes. That night, I'm not sure. But the most important thing is that they do that. They do, yes, they do that. I think they do.
I wonder if Dalí sold his soul. Like his artwork has like an ethereal, otherworldly type, interdimensional type, looking through the veil type shit, man. Like you look at his artwork now and you think about like that one guitar player. What's his name? A Raven?
Santana?
No, the guitar player, the blues singer. Bobby, what was Bobby Johnson? No, Bobby Johnson or something like that. Yeah, he sold his soul to the devil and stuff like that. But a lot of artists, man, kind of like get those gifts bestowed on them and shit like that, man. They kind of like they kind of sell their soul to the devil. And let me explain something to you too, man. The reason why I'm saying that is because it's the uniqueness of his art style. Because any motherfucker can draw. It's a lot of motherfuckers that can come behind a lot of other people and draw the same shit they're drawing. But it's their particular expression, the way they see the world through whatever type of like conscious lens they have or whatever. It gives it kind of like almost like this magical quality that attracts and mesmerizes people.
And just to describe this picture one more time for the people listening to the podcast version, this is a doll with no leg, a table with a doll with no legs, a burnt looking weird voodoo doll that it's resting on top of, a doll's head to the right with a hole in the forehead where you can see the back of the two eyeballs. You also have more of these weird ball-shaped candles being burnt, almost like an effigy, some sort of ritual, child sacrifice, a weird little skeleton guy in the left-hand corner with a pointed hat. God knows what that could possibly mean. Maybe that's a Grim Reaper, or maybe that's some sort of like little fucking, I'm sorry, excuse my language, some kind of little satyr demon or some sort of little Reaper demon. I don't know what you would call it. And then it's on top of some kind of giant pancake or something like that. It's all on a huge giant flapjack, some kind of pancake. But excuse me, I just wanted to describe that for the audience out there. And once again, this picture is from the 1972 Rothschild Surrealist Ball. We could go back to that first picture that shows the mansion. I'll bring it up later probably if I remember. And that covered in orange glow. It looks like a jack-o'-lantern lit up. It looks very satanic looking.
That image looks like a Salvador Dalí painting. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, why have child sacrifices?
Look,
if our sacrifices are these rituals, if you're not getting something from it, like in exchange for something. So those gifts, those ability to mesmerize people, to have followers, have these people hanging on your every word.
Like Dracula.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. These are gifts that are bestowed on these people that bring a lot of fame, fortune, and shit like that. And look at and then some people might argue that like maybe his paintings were becoming these rituals. Like I said before, like that actual like image that Daniel just showed kind of reminds me of the Salvador Dalí painting.
I only found two events or two meetings between the Rothschild and Dalí. One was this, and one was the year before with Brigitte Bardot. They didn't have too much connection. Only two. I mean, maybe more, but I only find two common meetings between Dalí and the Rothschilds. Only to this party, another one. I don't know how close were them, but they knew for sure. But I don't know how much. And this picture, look, it's very. because you asked me if I researched about other people. When the first time I discovered this surrealistic, this Rothschild party from 1972, I was saying, yeah, this is satanic, this is for sure. But then I saw this woman, and I said, hey, how can this? It's real satanic. Why was she involved with it? How can she will? I mean, you just look this picture. It's kind of hard to imagine her doing blood sacrifice, satanic sacrifice. It's very.
That's
hard.
why she's the perfect candidate. No one would suspect her, Diego.
No. Yeah,
I
know. But how to explain it? Because the easy thing for many times I thought she was a witch. I thought this I thought she was into satanist, but now I don't think so. Now I think that the easiest explanation is just she was a friend of them. She never knew the dark side of them, and she was there because she was invited. And she had some fun, and she was strange. She was thinking, what the hell I'm here with all this strange stuff, but okay, I was invited. And she just went to her house and back to the airport because she lived in Switzerland, and this was in Paris, France, and nothing else. So yes, there's a possibility that she was mind controlled and she participated and she was a Satanist. There's a possibility, but the most easy thing is just she was just invited, and other famous people was also in their party, and nothing really happened. There was just a satanic symbolism, but nothing really happened with them. Maybe in the basement, and she was not in the basement. Maybe in the basement they did something. That's possible, but I don't see. I don't see her doing this kind of things.
Well, I just did a podcast a little while ago, and I talked about the most evil witch in the village, the one that was really doing harm to people, was the one that grew food and was charitable and was the pillar of the community. And the reason why I say that is because it was a great cover for what they actually were doing.
Yes.
Catholic priest, anyone?
I completely agree with you. As I told to Daniel, I'm not saying she's 100% innocent. I know there's a possibility that she is into this witchcraft and this satanic thing.
I knew a lot of girls like that, man. But when I got them in the bedroom, man, they were super freaks. I'm just saying. Diego. It's always the quiet ones.
The only thing I'm telling you is that I have not enough proof to claim that she was a satanic. But the most important thing is not only for.
So this picture we're looking at now, Diego, is this like a high school picture, or what are we looking at? This black and white picture of Audrey Hepburn.
No. I put it because it's hard to imagine that this person was involved. She looks like a good person, like an angel, something like this. She doesn't look like that. That's why when I used to watch this picture, I thought it's not possible that she was involved into Satanism.
Well, she has very big, beautiful eyes, but one thing I noticed about them is they almost kind of have that mind control sort of blank look to them, if that makes sense. Yeah.
I want to tell you something else, Diego.
Can you repeat? I didn't hear.
Something about her eyes look very stoic. They look almost like she's in a trance. Like they seem very wide, and something about her pupils. There's a blankness about it, if that makes sense. She almost looked like somebody that could have gone under mind control.
I have no evidence for this.
Hard to say.
I'm trying to be as realistic as possible.
Sure.
I have no. There's a possibility because she belonged to a high nobility Dutch family. She had they don't. This Rothschild don't make friendship. She had a close friendship with them. They don't make close friendship with anybody. They have a reason, but also the reason is that she was famous and they wanted her. As Raven said, hey, it's fun to hang around with one person that is really loved.
I also
maybe it's just that, or maybe she was sudden. Yes, but what I'm trying to
Diego.
80% of possibilities that she was innocent.
Now, Diego,
I also feel like there's some.
Sorry,
are you a Christian, sir?
No, not really. I mean, I'm still looking for the truth.
I get you, but there's a verse in the Bible, right? and the Bible says, you know, like Satan always appears as an angel of light.
Yes, yes,
You
yes,
know,
yes. I mean,
war is the art of deception. Like they're not going to come like looking monstrous, you know,
yes.
like they're going to eat you. You know what I mean?
I completely understand, but I mean, if I find
I'm
more
not, to me, because in my point of view, that's a more realistic perspective. You know, because we raised on our wisdom since we were kids. Like, don't judge a book by its cover. Like the last thing you want to do, man,
yes,
is make inferences off of somebody's looks. But I'm just going to leave that there and let you guys keep going.
I understand, but I still have not enough proof to support that she was a Satanist. I have not.
She's at a Satanist party. How much proof do you need?
What?
She's at a satanic party. That was a satanic party.
She was in a satanic party. Yeah, but
she's in a bird. Not only in addition to the satanic party,
no,
she's in another picture with a bird cage on this.
Yes, but maybe, but maybe she didn't knew about the meaning of the bird cage. Maybe.
Hey, can we go back to that picture? Let's look at her expression on her face, because now that you mentioned those eyes, Daniel, let's look at her face in that picture.
I have not enough evidence, man.
Sure. We understand that, Diego. That you're kind of a man that wants to be sure before we reach conclusions.
I'm telling you,
absolutely. I get that.
20% of possibilities.
Yeah, I get that too. I'm not mad at you, but I just want some balance too. But I'm not mad at you, dog. I'm not challenging you.
I mean,
I'm just throwing it out there.
I'm trying.
Another quick point, guys, is that I feel like, because Diego, you asked me like what that picture's saying to me, and I have to put myself in the shoes of an art fan, somebody that loves art, and I look at it, and to me, these pictures, they represent frailty, like having, or fragility, I should say, having the bird cage around her. Birds are very frail. They have hollow bones. They're designed to fly. It's very easy to hurt them if you squeeze them too hard. And Audrey Hepburn is very skinny. She's very frail. She's very innocent.
She suffered a lot. She suffered a lot. She was a depressive person. She smoked 60 cigarettes per day. She was a very, some people said she was the saddest person in the world. That's why I also say this depressive person like her, and no people doesn't imagine that she was depressive, but she was. They are easier to manipulate. So she came from a bloodline, royal bloodline. She's a depressive person. It makes sense that it's a perfect target to manipulate, to control.
Well, look at the modern examples that we have. The one that came to mind when I saw that picture of Audrey there was Katy Perry. Katy Perry came from a very devout background. She got into the business, and all of a sudden she became something completely the opposite of what she'd always been.
I kissed a girl and I liked it. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Baphomet. I mean, this for sure is not innocent. Nothing of this is innocent. I clearly understand why. Maybe it's a talisman for her, like protection talisman, but it's satanic for sure.
And Diego, I think this is a Bilderberg meeting where we have a picture of Philippine de Rothschild and Christian Lagarde, the IMF director, holding glasses of wine.
She always used this necklace, this kind of necklace. She many times.
Really?
No. Yeah, in many pictures she used this a lot. Yes, I think maybe it's a protection talisman, because all these people die very old. This guy of Rothschild died 98 years old. Many Rothschild died 90 years old. They live too much.
They live
it's all that child's blood they're drinking.
There's a possibility, Jeff. I'm telling you that there's a possibility, because they are not fools. If they do these blood rituals, they do because it works for them somehow, because they are not fools. They are not ignorant. They are not idiots. They are ruling the world because they have a lot of knowledge. Many people say, satanic ritual, blood ritual, it has no power. Maybe it has power. I cannot blame, but it's very possible. It's a very strong possibility that these blood rituals works because they came from the Bible. In the Bible, you can read about these sacrifices. There's all the cultures made the Druids, all the cultures, all the
Canaanites.
In Africa, in South America, Indian tribes, everybody does that.
Carthage.
And the other thing too.
For us, blood sacrifice is something bad, but for
they love it.
What I'm trying to tell you is the elites. They didn't invent nothing. They are doing the same rituals that elites have been doing for 1,000 years, since
I agree
Yes.
100% with that. 100. I
Yeah.
agree.
And if we look at
These
this picture
rituals-
closer, if we look at it closer, once again, the glasses of wine, they look a little too light to be wine. They look more like blood to me. And of course, we pointed out the necklace that she's wearing that looks like Baphomet with the horns and everything. But if you look closer, she's also wearing a ring, and that ring is called is that an Ouroboros or something like that, where it represents the life cycle of reincarnation, how we're kind of all trapped in that Saturnian cube and going through that same life cycle, unable to move past this world, this third dimension, this material plane, and enter heaven because we just keep getting recycled.
Ouroboros.
I don't know if it's
Ouroboros.
blood. I don't think so. But
Maybe.
No.
Well, that's.
I mean, for sure.
It's great that Diego's on here because we do know symbology. Yeah, it's
Sorry?
great he's on here because we do know the symbology. It's great that you're on here because we do know the symbology, and we've seen a lot of it, studied it even. But the other thing too is these rituals that the elites, they self-proclaimed elites, use. These things go all the way back beyond Egypt and Canaanites. They go all the way back into Sumer times.
I think they must come from the cavern times, way before Egypt. I think so.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
these
I think
and the
symbology. Since the man is man.
Hey, Raven, have you ever read Julian James in the breakdown of the bicameral mind?
Yes.
Yeah, something you said reminded me of that. Like should you go back and
tell me.
Well, I was going to say something to point out here too is that I don't have a lot of pictures of Audrey Hepburn, and I don't have access to get to them while we're doing this podcast. But you might go back through those and look for symbology, whether it be Egyptian or Baphomet, Canaanite symbology. Because if you start seeing a lot of that symbology in her photographs, then you know that she's actually, if not anything else, being used to propagate it.
She has not wear pictures. That's why I'm telling you. She has only one wear picture that they use as a Illuminati. There's a video that says Audrey Hepburn Illuminati, but I think it's fake, man. I think
Diego's like, why are you talking about the woman I love like that? Don't do it.
Who you love? What do you mean?
Well, and I haven't even thought about looking at some of the movies to see what symbology was behind her in the movies, but that's another way that they do it.
What's a woman you will love, man?
No. It's just like you admire her a lot, so it's like you're really defending her honor. I think it's cool.
I didn't understand because sometimes my English goes.
No way. I'm glad you asked me to clarify. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah. You're defending her honor, man. I like it. I think your innocence, man, is refreshing.
Well, we have another picture from the 1972 Realist Ball. This one's one of the weirdest ones, in my opinion, and the most puzzling for me because it's got like 7 different wine glasses that are empty. You have a black furry
Dan, can you make it a little
plate.
bigger? Is it possible to make it a little bigger?
Oh, let me see. I don't think I can. Let's see here. Because I know what you mean. It's kind of frustrating. Oh, there we go. Yeah, thanks. So this is weird. There's like there's lips on top of this furry plate with some kind of message. It looks like it's very hard to read, but the last word looks like it says kings or something like that. There's a spoon, two butter knives, 2 forks, a thing on the left that looks like a fish. I'm not sure what it is, some kind of fish or leaf or something like that. And then there's another pair of lips on the napkin, almost like somebody kissed the napkin. I have no idea what that means. Something to do with a voice, the color black.
Some pictures. I would like to decipher all this, but some pictures are really hard to find. This looks creepy. This is some occultism for sure. I mean, this is no. This party was horrible. This party was horrible, and it's not very sane people. It's insane somehow.
When you look at this stuff, it almost gives you like a creepy sort of feeling.
Yeah,
it feels
it's a creepy
negative
feeling.
to me.
This is not nice. This doesn't remind me to Salvador Dalí painters. This is something, Yeah, I mean, this looks horrible, you know.
Yeah, they're definitely fucking with forces they do not understand.
But what they made blood sacrifice that night, I'm not sure. They made this kind of blood sacrifice. I'm almost sure they do, because just check the Pizzagate. Come on, I think so.
And with this one,
I mean,
this has two people, a woman who seems to have a tan sort of makeup. It almost looks like Donald Trump's orange makeup. It looks all over her face and arms. And on top of that is layered what looks like this gold sort of leafy sort of material. I can't help but think of the Anunnaki and their quest for gold. Next to her is a gentleman in a large black bow tie. He's got an empty glass. Once again, I don't know what's with the empty glass is. And on his face is the most weirdest thing. It looks like a picture drawn on there of the ocean with clouds above, or maybe this is the surface of a planet, like a planetary image. It's like superimposed on his face with makeup, and he's got like, looks like he has red lipstick on. Very weird. Once again, hard to decipher.
Oh, these people is crazy, man. I mean,
it's definitely an eyes wide shut photograph.
Yes, no, even worse than they were.
Well, look here.
This is another
is that not Egyptian in the background?
And behind is Audrey. That's Audrey Hepburn behind.
Can you make that a little bigger, Dan? If you don't mind.
You have Audrey Hepburn.
Yeah,
behind.
I'll try it. Just gotta CRTL plus grow.
You see that there are two bear cages.
Oh, that's as big as it'll get.
There's the first bear cage in the front, and you can see in the on the left side, you can see another bear cage.
Yeah. Oh, good
That's
point.
Audrey.
I didn't even
That's
notice that at
Audrey.
first. Yeah, you're right.
That's Audrey for sure. That's Audrey Hepburn for sure. She's Audrey.
And then this woman in the front, is this an actress? Do you know who that is? She's very beautiful and tall.
I don't know her. I don't know her. I could not find information. But the bear cage behind her in the left side is Audrey Hepburn for sure. That I'm completely sure.
You know what's interesting?
Tell me.
I was reading like some of like the MKUltra like mind control sort of tactics. Like they did this thing with drugs, and they usually talked about like multiple personality disorder.
Yes, I've heard about this, but but
we'll just look at this picture real quick. So what they do basically is that first they want to find somebody, because like a lot of people in the world are like, we can be hypnotized, right? But then there's some people in the world that like the perfect hypnotic subjects.
Yeah.
Right. So then what they do basically is they start asking these people, did they have like childhood friends when they were kids, right? And what they try to do basically is they try to like merge the childhood friend personality into their personality, so that childhood friend personality has its own set of memories and own consciousness of their own. So then, look at the way they're dressed. It's almost like they're taking on these alter egos. And
let me ask you one thing,
please.
You read this information on Fritz Springmeier or something?
Huh?
Fritz Springmeier, he's the author of the 13 Illuminati families.
You read information about?
No.
Because he wrote a book about mind control or something.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of shit on that shit. He's not the only writer on that shit.
But going back to this picture, on the left is this guy with white face paint on.
That's what I'm saying.
He looks like a dude from that old music video, Putting on the Ritz, din, 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 din. And then it looks like there's a bottle or something behind his head, and to the right it looks like some kind of frog or reptilian creature, a guy dressed up like some kind of reptilian or frog, and he's got a mask on, kind of covering his eyes, and it looks like he's gesturing with his hand, almost like he's saying be quiet, or he's like whispering or something like that. Like there's almost like a hidden sort of meaning there, like a hush type of vibe, and it looks like he has a middle finger coming out of the top of his head.
And when you go to the like etymological root of the word personality, it means mask. Yep. So do you have like all these altered identities, different personality? Yeah, exactly. Like,
and the other thing to point out too is one of the people in the comments said that we needed to get off of Audrey Hepburn, but the thing that we're trying to do here is show you the connection between her and the Rothschild family and this ritualism. It's very important that this is all connected, because this goes back to 1972, and we're still seeing it today within these organizations and individuals that come out of that time. So yeah, Audrey Hepburn was a good place to start. But when you see this kind of behavior in a large group of people, then it makes Eyes Wide Shut make a lot more sense, you all.
No, I mean,
No shit. I love that.
I have no doubts that they make this kind of real parties for real. Yes, I just don't know if they made some real sacrifice in that.
And the mask too, yeah, dissociate from the experience. You know, take on a different personality. You know what I mean?
We had I was gonna say, we had an African American out of Atlanta, and I'm trying to remember his name. He made somebody's house, but he dressed up as a female as part of the role that he played, and I'm trying to remember his name. He was a great, big, huge African American, and he was from Atlanta. Really nice. I met him a couple times. Really nice guy.
Tyler Perry.
Tyler Perry.
That's
Tyler Perry.
That's
Tyler.
Medea.
Yeah, Medea was the show, but he Tyler Perry talked about the party that they had in Atlanta for black performers, and immediately after he talked about that party, all of a sudden he had no producers and he was not able to get anything.
Oh man, they're breaking you up again, Raven. Interference. Can you repeat that last sentence, please? I really want to hear it.
I was going to say, Tyler Perry talked about the party in Atlanta, and Oprah was there, and there were other people there, and it was similar to the Eyes Wide Shut party. And the minute he talked about that, he lost production.
Sorry, she was what?
He was kind of canceled, basically.
He was canceled, literally. He was blacklisted.
Okay. Well,
that's just like
continue.
Dave Chappelle.
Yes.
This was the picture is Salvador Dalí.
Yes. Moving on to this next picture, once again from the same infamous 1972 Illuminati Ball.
This is not that party.
It isn't.
It was the last the year after or the year before. I don't. But this is not. This is not this is other party.
Well, I appreciate you having researched enough to clarify this for me, because I'm just getting bombarded with these pictures, and I'm assuming they're the same time and place. But that's interesting.
It's the same palace. It's the same palace. It's the same place.
This young lady.
It's another year. It's another year. It's the previous year. This is not, because this is Brigitte Bardot. She was not there with Audrey. This is other.
Well, this young lady is dressed as a sacrifice. She's being given out.
She's very famous. She's very famous. She's Brigitte Bardot, a French actress, very famous.
Brigitte Bardot?
That's Brigitte Bardot?
Yes, she is, for sure.
Did you say Bardot? I'm not familiar with her. Brigitte Bardot?
She's Brigitte Bardot.
Let me look this up on Wiki.
She's a amazingly gorgeous woman. But it's funny that she's dressed as a sacrifice at that party.
Yeah. With that crown. Yes.
The plot thickens, Diego.
Bridget Anne Marie Bardot, born in 1934, referred to by her initials BB, is a French animal rights activist, former actress, singer, model, famous for portraying sexually emancipated characters, often with hedonistic lifestyles. She was one of the best-known sex symbols of the 50s, 60s. Although she withdrew from the entertainment industry in 1973, she remains a popular cultural icon. Very beautiful young lady, amazingly beautiful.
Seeing that sex shit back in there, that was all based on Crowleyan ritualism. Am I right, Raven?
Thelema.
It looks like a ritual, but
all those films were, dude.
What I mean is, it looks like a ritual, but do they really know what they are doing? Does she really knows what she's doing? Maybe not. I think Audrey Hepburn doesn't know the beer cage. I think Brigitte Bardot also doesn't know. I mean, I have no proof to maybe they are thinking it's a game.
They know and they don't know, Diego. That's the whole point. That's the different personalities. They know and they don't know.
My point, yeah, look. This is from the party of the 1972.
Okay, we're back to the surrealist ball of 1972. We got Salvador Dalí once again. He's dressed kind of like a count. He has one white glove on his right hand. He's holding the cane. There's some pictures in the background. Looks like a bat on each side, like something from a Batman comic or movie. Is this Bridget again, or is this another woman?
She's a duchess from a Tyson family. She's from a very important family. I don't know from.
Every time I research this shit, it's always these families involved.
I think she comes from Italian high nobility family.
Some kind of baroness or princess of that,
yes,
something of that nature.
High family.
Excellent, excellent. If you look, once again,
if you look
thank
the
you.
Previous picture, look Salvador Dalí here, and look the other picture before.
Okay, let me backtrack to that. Whoops, where'd it go?
And in that picture, there's a red couch between them.
Different haircut, different clothes. That's what I'm telling you. It's another party from other year.
Yeah.
It's other party is not the same, but looks it's different.
But the red couch.
Different
flowers in her hair.
No, this looks like a ritual ceremony.
Yes.
Tell us more about that red couch.
Pagan. It's paganism from this Scandinavian rituals. Paganist.
Yeah, well, the red couch in some of the old ceremonies, the red couch represents the two things. It represents the sacrifice of virginity because they always put a cloth over the altar. Mm-hmm. And well, there you go again with the red roses. But being on the red couch is a sacrifice of your sexuality.
I completely agree. I mean, I know.
That's why I asked that question. See, the audience needs to know that kind of shit.
I think they don't know. Some of them know. I mean, these guys know. But
and here again, she's sitting on his lap on a red couch.
Yes, again.
She's got two heads.
That's what I'm telling you. For sure, this is a satanic ritual.
The evidence is damning, Diego.
What?
It's just damning. The evidence is damning.
Yes, the evidence is there, but many people think that this is just a party. Maybe people think that we are conspiracy theorists, crazy people, that we are crazy. No. This is for sure a satanic ritual.
This is all the evidence that people need. And just to lay out this picture real quick, we got two people, a blonde gentleman, a blonde man on the right side, a woman on the left who has two heads. Both of them look like they're from a mannequin. They're stacked on top of each other. And behind them is some kind of weird structure. It looks like lips on top of the man's head with some something behind them. It's hard to describe.
It's a face.
Okay, yeah. I see it now, the nose and everything. And she's got her hand on top of his genitals, and it looks almost like she's holding a Golden Globe Award or something like that. There's some kind of weird device or yeah.
And what does the double face mean? Because she has it's like a double face. She has like her hat is another face. You can see a lot of double faces.
It's
dual personality, double face,
exactly.
alter ego.
It can be to multiple personality for sure. It can mean. I mean, I'm not denying that. I know that this is a satanic ritual, but the only thing is that do all the people who were there knew the meaning of this? Do Audrey Hepburn knew this? I have no proof. Maybe, but I have no proof. In their secret parties, yes, they do that. But
I'm gonna tell you, like Galileo told the church when they forced him to change position. He said, "But it moves." But I'm gonna say it in a different way. But she's there.
But please send me this information about Dalí to my email.
Don't worry. I'm gonna get it to you, man.
I want to research Dalí because it's more realistic that Dalí there that Audrey, but Audrey is hard to believe, but Dalí is possible.
Okay,
a lot of times I was going to say a lot of times the artists that are involved in these ceremonies are actually the one who is conducting the ceremony. What applies that?
Interesting. and I wanted to kind of move on. I want to talk to you, Diego, about this. This is not the original ball from 1972. No. This is the updated version from 2019, where they actually paid homage to the original.
But that was fake, man. I mean, I think it's something that you have to pay $400 to go in.
Yeah, but
just think about this. $400 for these people is like nothing. So I think this is just marketing stuff. This has no relation with the Rothschild, with the important people. I mean,
sure, but let me make a point real quick. So how many people even know about this in the first place, where they would think that they could make money off of paying tribute to it? I mean, if hardly anybody knows about it in the first place, to me, this looks like a cover, like it's meant to be an artistic display. But in reality, Salvador Dalí was an artist. The first one was basically the same thing. It was a display of art, but underneath it is this whole Illuminati thing. I feel like this modern one's the same thing. I don't feel like it's just some person that's doing something commercial on the outside. Am I making sense to you?
To be honest, in this thing, they have their own website. I checked it. It's in my opinion, it's for money. Yes, it has no relation to the real ones. They just copy everything and they just want to have money. I think it's a fantastic idea to make money. Many people would like to, but $400 for the Rothschild is like nothing.
Yeah, but it would also be a great rate. It would also be a great way to recruit people who were open to it.
In my opinion, I think it's just for money, but I don't see a real connection. I don't see it. This doesn't frighten me. The other one frightens me because
well, what I was going to say is it might not. It might not have been directly.
I actually think
connected.
that's a good response, man. I think that's a good response.
That's a good response. A party for some people who wants to let's go to the Illuminati. Let's go to the Illuminati party. But it's just, in my opinion, it has no connection with the real connection with the other one. The other one is very frightening.
More pictures from the later 2019 version. Flaming pyramid in the center of this blue lit up hallway. More pictures of the dinner party.
Ice White Shot or something.
and this is the book by the woman that put on the whole event. Whatever her name is. I mean, I suppose it's not very important, but she released this book that you could order as well. Paying tribute to Cynthia von Bullher. Might be a good idea to look into her.
She had a very fantastic marketing sense, for sure.
Definitely. Interesting, however. Interesting.
I don't know.
Strange stuff all around. And have you ever heard of this, Diego? Like this, I'm going to bring up. Speaking of weirdness, have you ever heard of Astana?
Yes, it's Kazakhstan, right?
Yes.
Kazakhstan.
The entire city built with the same. I mean, speaking of scary, what's scarier than this? I mean, they had a ball in 1972. This is a city.
Yeah, you put it into your thread. I saw it, and this was very I mean, it deserves our research for sure. It's not innocent, and there's a possibility that this is related to some strange dark cult. Yes, for sure.
And so much money. How much money would it take to build all this stuff?
Well, Kazakhstan is a poor country, but there are people with a lot of money for sure. The elites from there has the money.
Looks like Raven has to jump offline. Raven, did you want to say goodbye?
Hey, y'all. I appreciate everybody listening to us, and thank you for the support. Dr. Robert, man, great to talk to you again. Diego, it was honored to meet you.
Always, man. I love your presence, man. You got good energy, man.
Raven, if you can write me to an email with this.
I'm not leaving, but yeah, definitely. I'm going to give you a whole list of books, man. I promise you. And I think our brother Raven here is too.
You
just know we're not responsible for what happens to you after this.
I'll tell you what. We'll make sure that you get the links to the Process Church in Salvador Dalí, because that is really important when you think about the connections to 1972.
That explains what you tell about Dalí. Explains a lot now. But now we need to explain Audrey Hepburn, because if we only explain Dalí, but we don't explain Audrey Hepburn, then it's just half of the work,
I'll do some digging this weekend and see if I can find other associations for Audrey. Y'all, thank you very much. May and I favor everybody.
Safe and happy travels. Safe and happy travels.
Okay. Thank you very much, Raven. Goodbye.
Diego, what do you think of this whole conflict between Russia and Ukraine? Is this something that you find to be frightening?
Well, about the Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah. It seems to me like at any moment this could turn into much larger scale conflict.
Yes. I think it's look, from what I've read, not in this, but in real history, in real history, not only now, there are a lot of staged things, a lot of framed things, and they make how you call fake stuff to provoke other things. And I don't believe the press. The press, they say the Russians are bad, the Ukrainians, we need to defend them. There's some when you know who is behind everybody. You have the international bank funding you talk about Hitler is a Rothschild. Okay, I have no evidence that he has a Rothschild blood, but he had support of these bankers for sure. So the Russian Revolution, the communists had Wall Street supporting, funding. So they always found the two sides, the one and the other, the two sides who fight. They support financially both. So this is for sure. This conflict from Ukraine, of course, has some
monetary.
Yes, it's staged. It's not. It's, in my opinion, they kind of control both. Putin, now I will tell you that they control everything. But they just make us to think there's a division in the war. More likely, there's not a division. It's just one puppet holding the Ukrainian, the Russians, the Wall Street. In my opinion, from what I know now, I think it's very possible that this is works like this.
Are you familiar with the organization known as BlackRock? BlackRock. It's basically the bank for the elite. Huge financial institution.
I'm not.
Yeah, well, they announced that they're handling the reconstruction of Ukraine. So, when you mention monetary purpose, I think that would be some proof of that a financial institution like BlackRock would be taking over something like that. It's the same game they've been playing for thousands of years.
They've been playing this game forever, at least from the 200 years. They've been supporting both sides. They create a war and they support both sides. The North, the American Civil War, the North and the South, the same guy finance. It's like a puppet game. They do all the time. They have been doing this all the time. So people think, there's something going on. There's one side against the other. There's the same person. It's the same persons who control both sides. That's most of the time it's like this. At least with major events, it only also work. Hitler was found financially by the international banking, and who were financing the American government and the communists. They were controlling everything, And
the Bolshevik communists in Russia as well, and French Revolution everywhere.
The French Revolution, I'm not sure about the French Revolution, but after that, and from the 18th century, 19th century, and 20th century, for sure, they pop it. Before, I don't know. Before the French Revolution, I don't know. But about for example, Napoleonic War. In the Napoleonic War, they financially helped Napoleon and also their enemies. So yes.
Yeah. There was a whole thing of
Napoleon. they were giving monetary help to Napoleon and to his enemies. So,
I'm not sure if I have this story right, but briefly I'll touch on it. Where when Waterloo was happening, the Rothschilds sent one of their emissaries to the battlefield, and he came back and reported to all the newspapers that Napoleon was winning, which crashed the stock market at the time. Yeah, and then the Rothschilds bought up all the stocks, and they used Waterloo to take even more control of the world.
No, it's very possible that this was her final triumph. That Waterloo was their consolidation. They were powerful, but Waterloo made them unlimited. That's what this what you are telling is true. It's not conspiracy. It's true. They manipulated the city of London, the stock market, and they did it. They did it. They make money like this. They sell and they buy. They control the prices artificially. Some people say, hey, how they are so good for business. No, they control everything. They have the monopoly. They can do that, and they did that.
I think it's going to get worse too, because one thing that they do is they create, like you just mentioned, the artificial shortages where something goes in short supply.
Synthetic scarcity.
Yeah,
they do that.
Synthetic scarcity.
They're very evil. They do all that. It's like, man, if I told you what kind of things I've discovered, you won't believe. Even the AIDS.
Yes.
In my opinion, I mean, this is broadcasted to YouTube.
What was that?
This interview is broadcasted to YouTube.
Yeah. We should probably kind of stay off of certain like medical related topics.
No, I mean, my question is: this is because it has more viewers, or only 3 people?
Oh, it goes everywhere. It goes to YouTube. It goes to BitChute. It goes to Twitter.
How many people is watching this?
It's in the thousands. It just depends. Thousands.
How much? 10,000?
Overall, probably around that. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, after it goes to all the different podcast feed sites and various Rumble, and we also have a live stream that plays 24/7 that gets quite a few listeners at a time. So, adding it all together, probably something like that. Yeah.
No, I mean, now in this moment, how much people is watching this broad? Because
I don't know, 200-300,
300,
something like that. Yeah.
About the AIDS, this even more than the Rothschild theory. I think it's fake. I've read the official theory and I did my research, and the AIDS, HIV. I think it's
no, please don't talk about anything like that, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, please. Okay.
Yeah, we're probably okay with the AIDS stuff, but yeah, it's better to stay off of it.
But hey, sorry, man.
Diego, another important question I wanted to ask you about is the Freemasons. Do you feel that Freemasonry and Freemasons are a part of this?
The Freemasons the high levels of them. Yes, they have grades, right?
Yeah.
Yes, the high levels of the Freemasons.
Yeah. Well, the way that I understand it is like Freemasonry goes up to 32, 33 degrees. And then to be part of the higher degrees, you have to be closer to the bloodlines. Like you have to be royalty, or you have to be some kind of baroness, or you have to be closer into the bloodlines. Yes. Otherwise, because like my evidence is what we talked about earlier, Skull and Bones, where if you go into Skull and Bones, you automatically, even if you're a young man, even if you're just in your early 20s, you go higher up on the food chain than a poor person like me. If I just became a Freemason, I would start at the bottom rung.
According to what I know, they are not gonna let you go progress if you don't have this real blood thing stuff. But I'm not an expert in Freemasonry. I'm not the best guy to talk about this.
Yeah, me neither. And part of that is because of the secrecy.
There's a lot of secrecy.
Yeah, What about the British royal family? Anything to say? Any thoughts on them at all? Anything that's going on with them? The death of
Well,
Lady Di, Harry and Meghan, the Queen
I,
dying.
I heard that they were involved in child abuse stuff, and they supported a recognized child abuser, and they named him Cert. They give him. So I suspect of this kind of families, and for sure it's very possible that they are involved in this kind of parties like the Rothschild. I think so. I think they are. I mean, it's very
Prince Philip.
possible. It's very possible that they are involved in this satanic stuff. It's very possible.
There's been a lot of accusations.
It's hard to prove. But because they hide it, but
Yeah.
but there's a big possibility that all these top are into this or something.
Yeah. There's scant evidence here and there, like Prince Charles being part of what's called the Order of the Garter and the Order of the Bath. The Queen has worn things that have Masonic symbology on them. She's been shown with the black eye.
It doesn't
Famous
surprise
picture.
me. It doesn't surprise
Yeah.
me, and it comes from centuries ago. In the 18th century, about 170-50, something like that. 70-50. In the 18th century, there was something organization named Hellfire Club. Club.
Yeah.
It was a satanic, and it was by they meet in, and this is official theory. This is not conspiracy. This is official. There were high people from the nobility related to the royal family. And her picture. What's the name? Sorry, her picture. I'm gonna try to find the name of this guy. But yeah, they had some satanic cult, and they belong to the elite. That's what I told you. It doesn't frightens me if some random crazy guy, middle class or something, that does these kinds of events, but that the people who are into the top doing this satanic stuff. And this club is from 70-50, so imagine it's from more than 200 years ago. And they used to make satanic rituals. They meet in Abbey, in a convent that they have acquired. So it's a sacred place, and they make satanic rituals in that.
Yo, I think they're having orgies in there. Hellfire Club, they're very sexual, libertine.
Have you heard about them?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. So I was gonna tell you, but you have heard about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about them, but
Sir Francis Dashwood.
Dashwood, big one.
Yeah. I mean, it was a lot of power, and we as citizens have the right.
Yeah.
To suspect that these royal families are involved.
And I also wanted to bring up I wanted to bring up the Marquis de Sade, who the term sadism comes from. Yeah, there's a famous movie that was based on a really disgusting book that he wrote. It's called, I believe, Sado, and it's full of like basically the torture of teenagers, of children.
Wow,
that's what
really?
it's some sick stuff.
So it's just another one evidence. So if you tell me about the royal family, I think it's very possible they are not all the members. Maybe not all the members. Maybe not all the nobility, but some are for sure. I mean, the Dutch royal family was involved. Some people in the Dutch, and there were some murdering. They murdered some people, lawyers, and in the 90s in the Dutch, and there were people involved with the royal Dutch family. The royal family was involved. The Dutch royal family had some. I don't remember. It was a king. Was the consort king? Because the queen, the official queen was the queen of, but the consort king was child abuser, recognized child abuser.
Really?
No. That's officially. Officially, he was a rapist of kids and pedophile. He was a pedophile.
Yeah. Another famous one is Elizabeth Bathory.
Who is?
She was like, other than Dracula, she's probably the most famous vampire in history. she
Elizabeth
would
Bathory.
she would bathe in the blood of children. That's what the Order of the Bath comes from, that Prince Charles is a member of, where they bathe in children's blood to prolong their life. And that's part of the, it's related to like the whole adrenochrome thing and stuff like that. She was another one of these weirdo sick people that was into kind of torturing
trying to find Elizabeth,
teenagers.
If you can type Elizabeth what? If you can
Bathory?
type Bathory.
Yeah. Hold on, let me pull it up on Wikipedia.
Elizabeth Bathory, I found it.
Yeah.
She was from the 16th century. No. It comes from centuries. It comes. Yes, a part of our elites, the royal families, are involved.
Now, and they would get away with this stuff.
What can we do, man?
Yeah, the local politicians and police.
No shit. What can we do about it? Perfect response.
We cannot do nothing. We are not organized. They are organized. They have been organized from centuries. We are not. We are nobody. We cannot do. That's the thing. There are many people who say, we can do something. We cannot do nothing. Really.
We're grasping at what little straws we can grab.
We just can talk, make this kind of debates, but there's little we can do because they control the people. They control the media. They control everything. And they control us now more than before. Each time we are more controlled. That's a problem.
Exactly. But
now
hey,
it's way worse to live now than before. I would have loved to live in the time of My Fair Lady in 1910. There was more humanity that time. There was less control. These people existed, but it was not so. They used to do this kind of trash, but I don't know. I think the world was more natural that time of the My Fair Lady film. That now that we are, it's a shopping center culture that they have destroyed the war. In my opinion.
Well, we are well past the 2-hour mark. We've been on for about 2 hours and 20 minutes. Unfortunately, it is time to end the interview. Diego, thank you so much for coming on. Please say whatever you have left to say to my audience out there. And also please plug whatever you would like. If you have any social media profiles or just want to say your email again or say goodbye to everybody, please do that.
Well, I have the email there. You can, I don't know if you can quote it to.
Absolutely. So that was
if you want.
Bosch Diego 90, BOSCHDIEGO 90 at gmail.com. From there, you can contact Diego, things that you find interesting related to his research. I'm sure he'd happy to come by any leads that you have for him.
You?
Sure.
Sorry.
Can you like DM me his email when you get a chance?
Yeah.
All right, groovy. So I can get him that stuff.
Absolutely. Definitely. That's what we're here to do. Network and connect with other people that share the same interests and research things.
Yes, you can contact me if you want. Well, if I have one thing to say, yes, as to summarize everything, it's very hard to study this thing. It's very hard to study this kind of stuff. The academic history. I come from academic work. I'm a historian myself, but I know most people won't believe me, and they tend to understand the history other way. They focus on shallow things. The most important thing of everything, the most important thing is who. Okay, very nice. You talk about Hitler. You talk about Napoleon. You talk about many ones, but who has the money? They have no money. Napoleon has no money. Hitler has no money. All these pictures, where does the money come from? And the Rothschild played a major role at least till 1950 or 1960 or 1970. Officially, they decreased their power after 1970 something. I think they didn't decrease. They just played a hidden role. But what I'm trying to tell you, every historic event, everything, just think about who has the money. You talk about Mao Zedong, Stalin, Napoleon, Hitler, Trump, the government of the United States, everyone. Who has the money? Who is? And we have there is a privilege of not too many families. They rallied if they rule it. If they have the money, if they are paying, they are kind of controlling. They control the governments. Governments depend of the money, and they control governments through debt, and this after Waterloo. They started to do it all the time. So that's the thing. We live in a very problematic thing. And historians give more importance to names like Hitler. According to historiography, Hitler, Napoleon, all these famous people is more important than Rothschild. Many people haven't heard about the Rothschilds. And they are more powerful than this Hitler. They are more important, but they are staying behind. That's very sad. So what I'm trying to do is to see if I can dig in the real thing, because who is more important to study, Hitler or the guy who pays him? I think it's the guy who pays him, because he's going to control him.
Exactly.
And the problem is, that okay, they have the money, but unfortunately, there's a lot of evidence, as we have been talking in this podcast, evidence that they have some satanic cult. So they are evil, man, and that is very frightening. And unfortunately, I think there's nothing we can do. Really, we can't just close our eyes. Maybe to close our eyes is the best thing, because just try to live your life, forget about these people. You cannot do nothing. Or maybe you can try to just like me or you, but it's just for fun. But there's not much things we can do.
Wait for Jesus.
Maybe.
That's my plan.
And that's the other thing about that polemic party. I would like to research little by little more about this symbolism from this party.
I'm not pessimistic, but I think it's going to be hard as fuck. But I'm not pessimistic at all, man. But because like people topple these motherfuckers all the time, man. But I get you though, man. It's hard. It's gonna be real hard. It's gonna be real hard.
And the last thing about this surrealistic party, there was a satanic ritual for sure. I don't know if there was a real ritual there. I don't have enough evidence that day, the 12th of December of 1972, there was child sacrifice. I don't know, but it was a message. Why did they do that? Because it's a message. They make mock of everybody. It's sometimes from time to time they release this information because they know not many people are gonna know.
There's a name for it: hiding in plain sight. If we pretend like it's just a fake ritual, everybody will think it's a fake ritual. Everybody think it's crazy. So if you already kind of like, so no, listen to me. If you already attach like a stigmatism to it, you know where I'm coming from? Or right away, like somebody like you try to tell like people in academia, like all these squares, what's really going on, we're going to be labeled kooks. We're going to be ostracized. We're going to be pushed out of community, and that's what that's for, basically. Because people say we already know about that. If it's true, then why would they do it in plain sight like that? Really, people don't understand shit like that, man. But I mean, that's what's going on. It's just all deception.
Yeah.
Hiding in plain sight, man. Like that's that. When you understand the tactics, you can see exactly what they're doing because there's books on all these tactics.
Yes, I mean there's a strong possibility. I mean, I don't know if that was a real ritual, but they do real rituals for sure. That is irrelevant. If the 12th of December of 1972 they did child sacrifice, I'm not sure, but they do other days for sure, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I think things like Epstein Island kind of, prove, I mean, not that they were sacrificing the kids, but if they're going to do that stuff to them, there's no doubt that there's, worse stuff going on. I'm sure we could dig and find something, or maybe when you reach a certain point, you get some pushback. There have been people that have, run into difficulties researching this sort of thing. But Diego, I wanted to say once again, very glad to have you on the program. I appreciate you reaching out to me through email. I appreciate you finding and reading that thread that I made 2 years ago in 2020 when I was sitting behind the computer and just getting really into this stuff. I definitely would like to have you on the show again, and we could get updated on whatever research that you're delving into at the time.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Daniel, for your time and for giving this opportunity to talk. And thank also to, what's his name? Robert, and the other Raven. And
Robert Raven,
the audience. And well, keep safe and stay safe. And let's see what we can do.
All right.
Had a fantastic time, man. You're a good person, a good sport.
Absolutely.
I said you're a good sport. I enjoyed you.
Sport.
It means like you're like a very pleasant guest. It's slang. It's
Great
American
guess.
slang. Like a very pleasant
guess.
Yes, pleasant guest.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I mean, so sometimes my English is not very related.
That's why we need to connect more, man. We can hook you up, man. We want to be friends.
It's about
So I'm
accent.
gonna send you
Because,
that stuff.
Daniel accent, I can understand everything, but your accent is more. You're from United States, right, Robert? Both are from United States.
Yeah. I'm from the hood though, so I can get it. Like
From-
my English is kind of off anyway. Like
Yeah,
I'm
but
born into, like just like you have problems with English, I have problems with English too. Because I'm not being honest, man. That's just the way it is, man. Like, I mean, like, so just understand, man, like we're in the same boat. That's what connects us, man. See, we're vibing.
Meanwhile, I sound like a Canadian.
Yeah. Well, you stay in touch, and we can
Absolutely.
get my email.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely,
Definitely.
man. We need all the allies we can get.
Send me about this stuff about Dalí.
Oh, don't worry, you got that coming real soon.
I'm gonna try to prove this. Maybe I'm gonna research more about this.
No, don't try to prove it, man. Just look at the evidence, man. Just look at the evidence.
Yeah.
Because understand how evidence works too. Like you have,
I'm really open. I'm really open.
But I want you to understand how evidence works too, man. Like you can prove.
You
can prove things to.
But
listen to me, like circumstantial evidence, man. Like if you have mountains of circumstantial evidence, man, you can make strong conclusions, man. So just look at the weight of the evidence, man. If I give you a lot of shit, man, and you're able to collect a lot of powerful circumstantial evidence, man, that's enough to formulate like a very powerful conclusion. Because let's be honest, man. I don't want you to be. None of us can know anything for certain, man. I don't even know if this is a fucking dream right now.
That's a
you know what I mean? Like,
it's a dream, man. Maybe it's a dream.
Yeah, I mean, because let's be real, man. We as human beings, man, we don't even know what the fuck is going on, dude.
Yeah.
So that's why we have shit like that.
Maybe it's all we are fake people, everybody.
I mean, we just don't know what the fuck is going on, man.
Yeah, it's a surreality.
Yeah.
Like the surrealist ball. It's all surreal.
Maybe it's
Matrix. No, and we've been forced into somebody else's fucking fantasy. That's what this elite shit is about, man. We're literally forced into somebody else's fucking fantasy, man. And we get all these little fucked up roles and shit, man. You know what I mean? Like I'm poor, I'm black, white. I mean, we're just born into somebody else's trip, man. We gotta find a way to get out of this trick bag, man.
Yeah, they got the money, so they control the energy.
Yeah, exactly.
But Diego, definitely great to have you on today. Had a fantastic time, and I will see you. I will talk to you next time, my friend.
Have a nice weekend, and we stay in touch.
Thank you. Yes, we will stay in touch. Goodbye for now. Alrighty, that was Diego Bosch. Fantastic guest. Thank you, Dr. Robert. Feel free to hang out if you would like. We are going to go to a commercial break so I can go and freshen up. I imagine many listeners need to take a bathroom break as well. We will be back momentarily.
I'm hanging along. Let's go for it.
All right, let's do it. I'm going to stop the camera. In fact, I'm going to throw up.
I'm going to put my phone on the charger for a bit too.
Good plan. Good plan. I will be back momentarily. Oh, actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take a little bit of a longer break. Hopefully everybody can hear it okay. We're going to play a old file that I was sent by... We're just going to pick up in a random place from this Predata Severa Quantum Leap tape that he sent me a while back. Something to play during the break. Let's test it out here.
Guys, you know what's bad? When I have to make an audio recording to send you, and I can't just type it to you or wait to call you guys. This just scared the fucking shit out of me, dude. I just did a leap. I guess you call it a quantum leap that I was telling you about. I'm gonna try to keep it short, but I need to explain to you what happened. In this leap, I'm gonna jump back and forth because I'm gonna probably try to remember things. But remember, this is kind of like a dream, but it's not a dream, it's a leap. What happened was, in the future, not long from now, this could be like weeks or months, maybe a year tops. There's gonna be a lot of empty places, like say empty buildings that maybe have shut down, and that's already going on, stores and stuff. So now people are gonna hold meetings, and they're gonna get big groups of people. Like I'm talking about big. From what I remember, sparsely in this thing is that, like say for instance, you're shopping, and you're shopping in a store, and the store is open, And it's like, you know, and I'm talking about stores like in a whole entire town. Like imagine you go to an area that you normally go to and you shop, and you know, while you're traveling around down, say, a street, there's being a meeting held in say like some kind of hall or some place like a gymnasium, and these people get you together and nobody really knows exactly what the meeting is going to be about, or maybe they do. Maybe you're somewhere and it's like you're at like college and you're going to classes, and then you have like some normal like lecture hall thing you have to go to, and you end up there, like just different groups of people in large towns or cities doing normal everyday activity, except that the entire city, likely, or big parts of it, have shut down except for, and maybe even, the police. And so this is where it gets crazy, because imagine if you're at your normal day, like if you have to go to work every day or whatever it is, or you go on vacation or whatever, and you're just moving about your day, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, you end up at this meeting as if it was natural, like you were supposed to go to it, like maybe it was even scheduled, or you ended up herded there, and with a bunch of other people, and it didn't seem unnatural. So now the part where it starts to get freaky is when things are happening at the meeting, where it's like people are having discussions with you, where you start feeling like the meeting is weird, and maybe you're not supposed to be there. So maybe some of you start to leave. Maybe some of you will call the police and say, "Hey, listen, I'm at this place, and you know, it just seems weird, like something's not right here." So you call the police, and they arrive, and come to find out, they're supposed to have gotten a permit to have whatever this meeting is, whatever it might be. You might be having a lecture at college, and it's just the professor's talking about something, it just doesn't seem right, and everything just seems weird, so you try to get someone of authority to come there. So now when the police get there, they're telling everybody like, okay, well, hold up, this isn't supposed to be taking place. But then if you try to you know, recall certain aspects of the meeting, and like in my instance, because I'm in the Illuminati, and because of the organizations I'm in, the law enforcement and intelligence and security organizations, I started catching. I was herded. This Okay, I'm glad I remembered this part. I was herded to a meeting with a bunch of other people. I went through a course of a day, like I was at college or whatever the case was, and I went to a cafeteria, and it was, I can't remember right now because this was so long. It was like an entire day. I might remember it during the course of this. If not, I'll try to remember later or something. But I went through the course of a day. It's like I didn't get to eat the food that I was supposed to, and then I ended up I was like downtown shopping somewhere, and then I ended up going to some kind of lecture hall. Oh, here's what's important. I wasn't wearing my mask. That's important because I'm Black Ops. I love wearing my mask. I don't like showing my face. I even said this to someone at the sleep. I don't like not wearing my mask. I love wearing my mask. I hate the days when we couldn't wear masks, especially because I'm black, and you might get shot just walking around with a mask on. So now, for 4 days before this is how long this leap was, dude. That's a short. I got to do a short version. I don't know how to say this. I got to do a side thing. This is an addendum. The addendum is this took place for 4 days. So, but in time, space, that doesn't matter. Like when you dream, a lot of people don't really dream. They do this too, but they don't know they don't know they're in the Illuminati and so on. So they don't know what's going on. Sometimes when you dream, you can be somewhere for a year, a month, 2 days, and you really are there for that length of time. It's just that you can come right back to this time and space right here, and it'll seem like, oh, it was a dream and I was somewhere for a couple of days. That's not what's going on. In some cases, people have normal dreams, and that's what seems to be going on, especially even if the dreams are chopped up or whatever. So now, keeping that in mind, I'm talking to this dude, and I'm like, yo, I know this shit is crazy. What's going on here? It's not right, because for the past 4 days, I haven't been wearing my mask. It's like I've been forgetting to wear my mask all day. And so I was at the cafeteria, no mask on. I was at this college thing, no mask on. This was important too. Dude, I was with Biggie. I was rapping with Biggie. And I know that's the past, but time and space don't matter in leaps. Okay, that's complicated. Biggie was alive and Biggie was with me. We were rapping one of Biggie's songs. Ain't no other kings that rap things as siblings, nothing but my children. One shot, they disappearing. That song, kick in the door, something like that. And Biggie was there with me, and I was rapping it to him, and we was laughing because I was pretending to be Biggie, looking at him, and I was telling him like I was the king. That's a whole nother thing. But what I'm trying to say is, I went through this whole day like that with with just all this other shit going on, with no mask on, with big groups of people. And it didn't even occur to me until we were at this meeting and things seemed funny. And so we stepped out of this meeting, a whole bunch of us left. And when we were trying to leave, these people were sending other people who had been amongst us through us, like to try to get us to go back in there. And we were in this like a lecture, like not a lecture hall, it seemed like maybe a gym that was closed for the moment, and we were sitting in the bleachers. And then when we were leaving, because some of us didn't feel right, like it happened to a bunch of us at one time, and so we were trying to leave, and we were coming out of groups. It's like we had got out of there or something, or it was just before we left. And some of the main key speakers, they walked through the crowd of us, like on purpose, pushed their way through the centers of us. And so me and this other guy figured out that they must have had something and released it amongst us, or they were trying to give us something, because they were walking through us and they were talking. And so we got outside, and like I was saying with the police, the cop came, and when this cop got there, I tried to talk to him. And I was like, listen, I was going to say what I was and everything. And he was like, he said, do I look like a handler to you? And so at that moment, at the leap, it didn't seem funny to me because I'm an agent and he's a cop. It should have seemed funny because he's a cop. A cop would not say, do I seem like a handler? Only someone who's an intelligence agent or something like that would say that. But at the leap, at the time, it didn't occur to me. It's occurring to me now that was strange. He wouldn't talk to me. So he was looking around for a different police officer who was supposed to be on duty and come talk to us, but that guy never showed up. It's like maybe he wasn't never even there. Maybe the police officer was in on it because he wasn't even a cop in the first place, speaking that way. And so that at that point, it was like a whole bunch of us outside, and I was gonna stand up on something and speak to everybody and explain to them some weird shit's going on, because the cop had originally said we called us all out of it because he was like, there's no permit for it. This ain't supposed to be happening. So now, then it starts to get fuzzy, because this was when I was coming out of the leap. That's when I had said to the guy something about the 4 days I hadn't been wearing my mask, and the cop wouldn't let me talk. And then something inside of me was like, don't stand up on nothing because you're going to target yourself. It was like I already knew and understood wherever I was that these people, whoever it was, they had so much power that even though nobody knew who I was, if I got up on like some stand or podium or got these people attention that was outside, and dude, it was like at least 100 or so people, because it was like it was a bunch of different stores. It was on a street. There was a bunch of different stores and stuff, and people had been going about their day, and other people maybe had gathered outside because they were feeling weird. It was like every guy got changed. So now I'm going to take this opportunity, because I was going to send this to you the other day, guys. And by the way, if you want to play this on any shows you have or to other people, I'm okay with that. So yeah, I guess we'll get to the name parts, because they're not going to know who I am, and you know who I am. So, but you know who I am. But I'll just say it on a thing, so it's like date stamp, time stamped or whatever. What is today's date, if I can get that to show. Today is Thursday, April 15th, I can't say what time it is because of the time zone that I'm in is complicated. Is you can track people by time zones, but you guys who know me, don't disclose where my locations that I've been in or anything, stuff like that. Just leave it at today's date. And so this is Predator Severa, and so we'll say I don't know how to really explain it. Okay. I'm trying to give some understanding of this. Okay. I'm not. This is going to be interesting because I'm not completely human, and because maybe I should go more into a descript of that. Okay. I'm part vampire, I'm part lichen. We're good. We're not bad. And I'm other things. I'm God, so I'm like everything, but I hone in on those things because of the human part and all of that stuff like that. I had to bring that part into play because I work nights. I'm up all night. I'm up all day. And then I rest like a vampire during the daytime a lot. That's not on purpose. Things just work out that way. I'm a day walker. I can walk around in the sunlight and all that stuff like that. I can even, if you want to say, rest at nighttime. But this wasn't one of those things. So what we'll just basically say is that say that the date that I just gave you is on point, but say it's not. It's going to be complicated. So even though I'm sending this to you right now, okay, we'll just say that this rest occurred on today's date in the evening because of my work schedule. So, whoever I'm sending this to, just whatever you already know, keep that to yourself. We'll say it like that about times and dates, if that makes sense. So now let's get back to the main part of this, because I know I just, some people are going to be creeped out. They're going to be like, what the fuck is he talking about? Anyway, don't worry about that part. I can, let the people who know me explain to you a little bit about what and who I am, so you won't be like really weirded out by that. Anyway, so let's get back to what I was saying. So I knew that these people, whoever or whatever they are, they have so much power. Oh, okay. I was trying to tell you about this movie. There's this movie, an old movie from like '98 or something called Dark City. And in this movie, you'll know you're watching the right movie if you can find it. I don't know if it's on like one of these it should be on some kind of movie app or something somewhere, or whatever the case is, but it's basically this city where the city is I don't want to don't try to read the movie like to the end. I know some people like to look it up on like wiki or all these other things and read all the way to the end or whatever about how the movie ends and stuff. Don't read the movie or try to watch videos on how it ends or talk to anybody about how it ends, because the ending is the best part of the movie. You do not want to know that. All you need to know right now, and all you really want to know right now to get the full experience of like what I'm talking about and what's going on, is that the people in Dark City, they were so powerful that they had the ability to control everyone in the city, and only like one or two people were able to wake up from what was going on to understand that the things that were going on in that city weren't as they seemed. I'll just say like this, it's better just to find the movie, don't read anything about it, and just watch it. Because and I'm letting you know ahead of time, it's reality. That movie, Dark City, I don't care if they made it up or whatever the case is. The funny thing about art and entertainment, and you got to forgive me if my voice sounds funny because I'm kind of like stuffed up and stuff, but art and entertainment is that it's like no matter what you do or think as a human, those things already exist in the universe. Like there's nothing you could do or think of that is like insane, crazy, like, oh, that couldn't happen. Because remember, in the sense of reality, time, and space, and all in the universe and omniverses, the different stars that are out here, and planets and beings that are physical and non-physical, you are not even a zygote. You haven't even been formed in the belly of the universe into a single cell yet. You are pre-zygote. So anything you experience, you could be 100 years old, you could be 1,000 years old on this earth, you could be 1,000,000, you could be 1,000,000,000, a trillion, a quadrillion, a septillion, a pentillion, or whatever years old on this, and there are entities that have been around since the beginning of time that are, I don't want to say ageless, they've been around since the beginning of time for those I don't know, centillions of years. That's 33 zeros and a one, or those no, those that's 330, I think it's 303 zeros. They've been around for that long, if that's how old this particular omniverse or universe or time and space in existence or non-existence is. So to them, you don't even exist. So you can fabricate things in your mind. This is important, and I know I'm going off topic a little bit, but I'm kind of not. You can fabricate things in your mind, and they exist somewhere. And I guess that's what I know I always usually take the high road, the long road in explaining things, but I usually when I say something, people will ask me more questions. I try to avoid that by getting intricate with things when maybe I shouldn't, or maybe it's a good thing that I'm like that. But the basic thing is, anything you can think of, make from now till the end of time, someone has already done it somewhere in the universe or omniverse. Or you can say the gods. Like there's more than one god. There's what you would want to call God, which is just basically Goder. That's a Norwegian word, or Old Norse word rather. It just means good, and it's describing this force of good, and that's why we use the word good, G-O-O-D, that derived from God, from Goder, G-O-D-R. And so it's just to say this energy of goodness, and that's what someone took along the lines, which would be in Lil of the Anunnaki, because amongst the Anunnaki, there were good and there were bad. There was King Anu, where Anunnaki came from, and then there's Enlil, which was a relative of his, like like a number of times removed nephew, and then there was Inki, which was something like King Anu's son, or something like that. That gets all complicated, but I'm bringing up Enlil because Enlil got rid of all the scriptures on the earth because he wanted to be known as God throughout the universes. And so he understood that if he got rid of all the scriptures on this new world, because they created the earth, there was a battle that broke off a piece of earth from another thingamajig. I might have to pause this, so you might hear a pause because I'm gonna have to blow my nose or something, sneeze or something. But there was like a battle in space before this solar system was created, and one of the planets, something like I don't know, Jupiter or some crazy thing like that, one of the starships that they were in, which looked like the Death Star from Star Wars, crashed into that planet and broke off a piece that floated out into space. So people who believe in flat Earth is true, but we'll say it like this: if you could go out into space right now, the Earth may not be flat; it may be round. Much like when you look at the moon is round, but maybe the moon didn't start out being round, and you don't really know where the moon came from. So it's kind of one of those things where flat earthers are right, and people who say the earth is round is right, because things get crafted. You're talking about like movie type stuff. Like it's a good thing I remembered another movie, because then it'll make me remember the original thing I was talking about. Because when I get off topic, I'll forget shit I was talking about before that. So you have what is it? The one with Mos Def in it. The movie with Mos Def, where he's carrying a towel around. I'm trying to remember it by that. And oh yeah, shout out to Mos Def if you're hearing this. That was a good movie, bro. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe, I think it was called. And in that there are people who create worlds. I have the ability to do that. Like, maybe I shouldn't have just said that, but because of the rank I have, the Illuminati, I have carte blanche almost with certain things I'm allowed to talk about, even if they're like crazy classified. That's why if any of you come across like things I've declassified and released online, It wasn't always me declassifying them. Most of the time, it's the Illuminati declassifies things. And remembering that we control the entire everything. We control everything. We created everything that exists. There are organizations above us which are responsible for non-existence. And I'm not talking about like when you die and heaven, hell, because those are post-existence. I'm talking about pre-existence things. There's things higher than the Illuminati. The Illuminati is not the highest thing. We control the world. We control existence. But there's way more that exists that does not exist, that never existed. So to them, we're like pre-zygotes. That's how complicated, if you can wrap your brain around that, that's how complicated it is. The is and the is not. It's kind of like when dude said, to be or not to be. That is the question. See what I mean? That's why the Joker, I'm gonna assume, I'm gonna take what is that liberty here? I forgot the name. What do you call it when you make a movie or something and you brought it from a book and you wanna creative liberty or something like that is called. You guys know who I'm talking about, what I'm talking about. I'm gonna take that liberty to say that's probably why he used that sign, that question sign, to describe himself, because that makes it more complicated than just saying, "Oh, I'm the Joker." That was a Joker, right? I think it was a Joker. Whoever that was that wore that question mark. That makes everything so complicated because these are unknowns, and unknowns are one of the biggest, deepest things in the universe. So let's go back to where I was at. I know I'm getting way out there, like, or whatever. At any rate, see how I kind of forget how far I go over to the side. Everything is so complicated that two things that aren't the case can be the case. I'm trying to bring it back and shorten it, which is almost is really hard to do, but this is what I'm trying to say. Like when you look up in the sky, you say, okay, if the sun is out, you say the sky is blue, but the sky is not really blue because the sky is space. If you go out into space, it's really dark. So you're if you say the sky is blue, you're absolutely right. But someone in outer space at that exact moment will say, no, the sky is dark. So it's kind of like when you have like this situation when you agree to disagree with somebody and you're both right, you can both be right, and also you can both be wrong at the same time because there is no blue sky. Out in space, the space is not dark because nothing exists. So let's wind that back into the part of flat Earth where they both exist, because like in the movie, this is where I'm starting to catch everything and tie it together better. In the movie, there were entities that can create whole worlds, and I just finished saying that I can do that. I have that ability, but I'll just say it like this: I've given it a try, and it involves so much, and then so much afterwards that afterworlds, maybe that is a word that I needed to say. Afterworlds, it involves so much afterwards that I didn't go further, because here's what happens when you create a world. You can create a world inside of your house, but the problem is once you start it, it's going to go on for forever. It may become bigger. It may draw a star into existence, because if you create a world has to have support. It has to be part of a system, a star system. And so it's not something to do. It's not something to take lightly. And I mean, seriously, it's like creating a black hole, pretty much, in your living room or outside. You might destroy the whole world in using the witchcraft, the magics, whatever you would like to call it, to create one. Remembering that too, on this world, life is gonna form because it has to. This is basically what the earth is. The earth is this giant ball of mold floating in space, and the sun shines on this mold and makes the mold grow. And amongst the mold, there are pockets of water, which we call oceans, and there are little tiny biological creatures that had to come along because they have to ingest the old mold or the growing mold to keep it from taking over the earth completely, and then they have to excrement it, and that becomes fertilizer. So without this whole ecosystem like that, the earth pretty much, can't exist. So now, that's
Raising consciousness and awakening mankind. This is End of Days Radio.
This is End of Days Radio. Doo, 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 doo. That's my dolphin sound. Welcome back to the End of Days. I'm so happy to be here. So happy. Why? Because we are doing what we do best. We are spreading the light. We are hearing that ancient call and proceeding to ignite the flame of the pyre of destiny, of ancient secrets and ancient meanings. Shout out to our patron, Patrone, Enki, who has been with us since the beginning, who Pradata Severa happened to mention briefly in that recording I just played. So basically, to explain what that is called the Pradata Severa Quantum Leap Recall. And he sent this to me a long time ago, so shout out to Pradata, and thank you for sending me this recording and giving me permission to play it here on air. I apologize it took me so long to get to it, but it just occurred to me that I need something to play during the break, and what better than the amazing Pradata Severa, who is actually in the Illuminati. He's our Illuminati contact, or one of them, I should say, because we are very close. We are very close to the Illuminati. We're not sure if they hate us and they're terrorizing us, or if they like us and they want us to continue to spread enlightenment. Maybe it's both. Maybe there's white hats and black hats. Maybe it's all just a game of deceit and a maze out of this matrix or matrice. Things continue to get weirder and weirder. But I like that so much. Heading into our mind-blowing moment of the day. Let's see. I need an instrument. I can't get too loud here, but I can play little hand instruments. Let me put on my shades, because every radio host needs shades to look cool. Not being able to see my eyes, it means something. It means that I'm special. I don't know what it means. I just know that a lot of radio hosts do this weird thing where they wear sunglasses inside. I guess it's just to look cool. So why should I not look cool as well? That way I can fit in to the world of radio broadcasters. It's a little bit better as I segue into our mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing moment of the day. Feel that energy. Feel that energy. I'm going to say today's mind-blowing moment of the day was when our wonderful guest, Diego Bosch, he informed us of Audrey Hepburn's connections to the Rothschild family. My God, I thought she was just some celebrity they were perhaps paying to attend, or somebody that they liked or observed in the movies, or one of these controlled celebrities that has handlers and stuff like that. But I didn't know her mother was a baroness. I didn't know she was connected to ancient European nobility. That changes the game altogether, does it not? Is Dr. Robert still there, by the way? Dr. Robert? Paging Dr. Robert?
I'm here, man. I'm just listening.
Whoa.
I'm enjoying the show.
You scared me. I thought you were gone.
Nah, dude, not at all, man.
You jumped out at me like Chucky.
I'm a man of my word, man. I'm just here listening, man. You know, I like to listen. Listen
Excellent.
carefully.
Appreciate you.
No worries, man. Let's go.
Did you happen to catch any of that recording from the rapper Pradata Severa, Illuminati rapper?
Yeah, man. I'm tripping off the whole like he can create his own universe, man, and all that entails and consequences of doing that. No, I mean, that reminds me of the joke, man. You want to hear a good joke?
Sure.
Somebody shoot you, right? It was this man, right? And he's a very content man, oddly. You know what I mean? To be a man in America, right? Like, he's happy with his life. Like, he doesn't want anything. He doesn't need anything more. He's happy just the way everything is, right? So one day he decides to go to a garage sale, right? Because I need you to understand his personality, right? So one day he goes to a garage sale, right? And he sees this funny looking lamp. And it kind of looks magical and stuff. Like, he kind of jokes to himself, man. I wonder if there's a genie in here or some shit, right? Mm-hmm. So he goes home, right? He starts to clean the lamp. All of a sudden, a motherfucking genie came out the lamp, right? So you know the whole thing with genies, right? And they really want you to make your 3 wishes, because what does that do?
That
it frees them, right?
Oh, just like in Aladdin.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So the genie goes, "Oh, sir, I am an all-powerful genie, and I can grant your heart's desires. Just tell me what you want, right?" And the guy looks at him and goes, "You know what, man? I'm cool, right?" so the genie starts panicking and shit, right? And then he's like, Look, man, I've been in this land forever, man. I just want to get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? You can make some cautious wishes, whatever you want to do, man. Look, you know, I'm just help me get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So finally the guy thinks about it. He goes, "You know what, genie? I always wanted to be able to drive from California to Hawaii. Can you somehow use your magic, you know what I mean, to like build me a highway where I can drive from California to Hawaii, right?" Mm-hmm. And the genie goes, "Fuck." That's really what he said. He said, "Fuck." He said, "Look, man, I can do this. I really can. I have the ability. But there's going to be consequences. Like, I got to move plates, you know what I mean? Tectonics." He said, "There's going to be earthquakes. People are going to die." You know what I mean? Just gave him the whole spiel, right? So the guy said, "Fuck. I don't want to kill anybody," right? So he looks at Genie, he gets a real bright idea, right? Something that man had been wanting to know for years, right? He said, "I got a perfect idea, Genie. I want to understand the mind of womankind," right? And the genie looks in the man and he goes, "How many lanes do you want?"
Excellent.
Well, but that reminds me what the guy was talking about, you know, like if you make a universe, it can grow, get bigger, you can create black holes. It's kind of like that same thing. You know, like there's a lot of maintenance he was kind of implying that one has involved in this whole process, and he wasn't up for the task. That was what I got from him. Like, so
well, you know what's weird? Like once I got into like all this occult sort of conspiracy stuff, ancient mystery stuff, and I was thinking about that book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. I'm sure you remember that, right?
Yeah. That was famous, man. Everybody was swearing by it. I was a little kid though, but everybody was swearing by it. I know aunties and all of them had that. Like, yeah, everybody thought that book was the end all to be all. And almost became like almost created like a cult following kind of.
Yeah, he was on Oprah and Sally Jesse and all the big shows.
Yes,
but
sir.
what's interesting about that is like that Venus is like Venusian, Isis, Inanna type of goddess energy, whereas Mars is, you know, the god of war, Aries.
Yeah,
and this goes deeper. I mean, there's like a real occult significance to at least the title of this book. I never read it. I don't know if he goes into any of this stuff, but those two energies are very dramatically different. And I think that there's just so much truth to that. You know, being a man versus being a woman, and what does that mean exactly? How our how different we are, the way that we our consciousness, and how women see things, and all this like mixing of the genders and stuff like that. I wonder if he needs to write a sequel, like transgender women are from Uranus and men are from Saturn or something like that.
That's a tough sort of thing.
But hey, I got some news stories here.
Let's go.
Have you been keeping track of the news?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. Because I get a lot of news on Twitter. I'm always on that bitch.
Well, one of the biggest news stories is about Lizzo.
That's like causing so much conflict in the Black community, man.
Oh, really?
Yo, you know about the gender wars, right?
No. Can you explain that to me?
Oh my God! Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure you won't. Okay, so the rumor is basically right that the CIA, right, along with like creator of feminism and all that shit, right?
Yeah.
Basically, not like the creator, but I mean like when it kind of got a little more codified, it was introduced to like the colleges and shit like that. Like they used it as a way to kind of like undermine the African American community and shit like that, right? Because
hold on. What do they use?
The notion of feminism to turn like Black women against Black men.
Do you mean how like Black guys that are like they I mean not Black guys, but some they want to like date other races because they say Black women are too strong for them, or do I have the right idea?
No. It's more to the effect of basically creating certain like systemic situations where the Black woman, in a sense, no longer needs the Black man. So, like, I don't know if you know about like welfare and the man out rule. Have you heard of that?
The men out rule?
Well, basically, like 70% of like back in like the 60s and shit like that, like 70% of all Black homes were like 2-parent households, right?
Yeah.
And then because of like racism and not being able to get a job and the unemployment gap and shit like that, like a lot of families had to go on welfare, right?
Yeah. Yes.
But like conservatism, like the whole idea of like I won't say that. Basically, the whole thing is basically like if you have an able-bodied man living with you, then he should be working. So if you have a man living with you, then we're not going to give you welfare because they kind of imply like some type of fraud from it because he should be out the world working. It disincentivizes him to go get a job. So in order for them to get government assistance, they literally had to kick their husbands out of the house.
I have not heard that perspective on things before. That's interesting, and it makes me think of Lizzo's first initial hit song, which was all kind of like, oh, I don't need you, you muscle hunk. I've got another guy lined up, sort of. And she has that sort of, I don't know how you describe that swingy sort of R&B style of hers.
She's kind of got a lot of swag.
Yeah, but it's like like when she first came on the scene, I mean I kind of liked it. I was like, wow, this is unique. I've never heard anything like this before. This is almost like jazzy, sort of like swingy, bluesy, yet it's rap. I don't know what to call it, but I liked it because it was innovative. It was different. She was a larger woman. It kind of reminded me of the Precious thing. Typically, larger women are considered to be unattractive. The whole thing with Oprah back in the 90s, she's getting skinny. She's big again. She's skinny. Everybody's keeping track of it. She's like the hero of Housewives.
There's a lot of pressure. Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, sort of like the standard like European beauty view of beauty. No, I feel you. Yeah. I'm following you, man. I'm not lost at all. I'm just listening.
Yeah, I think most guys like they, everybody's different. Like, I mean, I probably prefer like a proportionate woman, but sometimes I kind of have a leaning like the thick girls are kind of like that cushion for the pushing thing. There's something kind of voluptuous about them. I mean, I'm not a chubby chaser, but has my mind gone there? Probably a few times. I am a man. I've been on this earth for 40 years.
I can dig it.
Yeah.
No. I'm not. So what's another thing, the problem that black people have, and not all, because a lot of black people love her, especially black women. I'm not saying that, but I just want you to understand like the conflict that's taking place, right? This is a disclaimer too, man. I'm not for the gender wars or none of that shit. I'm not on anybody's side. Don't give me any shit. Don't call us talking about our penis sizes. None of that shit. I'm just laying out the problem. I'm not attached to it or anything like that. A lot of people believe that like she kind of acts in a minstrel fashion. You know what a minstrel is?
Repeat
like,
that word again.
Minstrel. It's kind of like a show where black people humiliate themselves to sort of entertain like white people. Like, yes, sir, boss, master, love dance for you, ha ha ha. Like
old Shirley Temple movies, or
yeah.
What's that one called with buckwheat? The Kids Next, or the Little Rascals? Yeah.
You know those classic like servant roles, not too bright, weak, humble, meek, broken. So
Little Rascals was that was like every episode they did something to portray black people in some kind of like the joke was always like something like that to what you're referencing. Always.
And a lot of that too, man, is like a lot of that's done too, man, to like so they can justify what they did to the masses, because guilt can be very debilitating. So you got to find a way to rationalize it, especially like when you do something bad. You know what I mean? Like, let's take Star Wars, for instance, right? You remember when Anakin and Obi-Wan are going at it, right?
Yes.
And, and this is when he killed, the Jedi, little ones and all that shit, right? And then I kept going, this is your fault, Obi-Wan. This is Obi-Wan's fault. Kept saying that over and over again.
Yeah.
That's what they sort of do. Like, you blame the victim. You try to find a way to sort of justify how your treatment of a certain group of people, right? So that's the importance of that. If you keep portraying that, right, then everything you do to those people looks justified.
Well, what's interesting about that is like, there's a lot of back in the old days of like the cowboy settler days, there's like a lot of racist stuff in the churches, and they try to use the Bible to do exactly what you're saying. They say, oh, black people have the mark of Cain. Stuff like that. But let's look at the possibility that maybe, and I'm just saying this because somebody told me this, but let's say that the Canaanites were black, right?
Uh-huh.
And they were doing certain practices and stuff like that. Well, why did they want to wipe them out? Maybe because they wanted to portray them as a certain way and kind of erase them from history, and certain things that they were doing might have been more benign than we think, and they had to like call them all these nasty things, like saying they were doing this or that, in order to justify going in there and killing them.
Oh, that's exactly what they do, man. Devaluation always precedes extermination. That's what you see what Hitler do with the Jews, right? What did he do first? He demonized them, right? Called them vermin.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's what you do basically, because that justifies your action basically to dehumanize them. That's why words like vermin, pigs, dogs,
mongrel.
Mongrel, filth,
I hate that one, calling people mongrels. That's
that's insane. Yeah. No, but but you understand, because but that's basically what you're basically trying to get the people of your side. It's hypnosis, dude. Like anytime you hypnotize somebody, dude, like say like I hypnotize somebody, right? And I tell them, when I say, the sun is shining bright, you're gonna feel really, really hot, so hot. You're going to want to take off your jacket, right? Every time I did that with a subject, you know what they do? They give themselves a reason to take off their jacket. They say it's hot in here. So first they go and open up the window, right? Then
Power of suggestion.
Yeah, and exactly. So when you do that, basically, right? Like, especially now with media, man, when they're like blasting like a lot of alpha waves, basically, like that alpha wave frequency, because that frequency makes you more suggestible, right? That's why I told you that before, play commercials, stuff like. So when they're showing you these movies in your real relaxed state, in your hypnotic state, those images, they start to lodge in your subconscious mind, right? And what do we know about the subconscious mind, Daniel, right? What's the most important thing we need to know about the subconscious mind and why this is so powerful? What about the subconscious mind would make that very powerful? Like having things go into your subconscious mind, like negative images about a people.
Well, it bypasses it. It bypasses the conscious thinking.
That, but something else too. The subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between reality and fiction.
Oh yeah, I've heard that. Interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Definitely.
You know where I'm coming from? So we'll naturally interpret those things as being real. That's why a lot of people I remember it was this thing, man, with a lot of like soap opera stars, like the male ones. Like sometimes fans would come up to him and just slap the shit out of him in public. How dare you treat Tito Marshall like that? And just slap the shit out of him. No shit, dude. Like for real.
Or pro wrestlers when like back in the day, like the heel, like this even happened recently. Like there's an organization people watch, nowadays called AEW. It's like the modern equivalent to like WCW and stuff like that. But one of these guys, he was just like healing it up, and this guy comes up behind him and starts trying to choke him out. It's like it's 2023, and you still have people reacting to freaking pro wrestling like it's real. Like it's still real to them.
No. Because you got to understand, man. Like it's like have you. You just like watch TV and all of a sudden, like just time stops. You're so engrossed in the movie.
Godzilla movies.
That is the perfect hypnotic state.
Music too, like rock music.
That's the
rap
perfect,
music.
That's the perfect. That's when all that imagery and all that symbolism sneak past your conscious mind and lodge into your subconscious mind. Right.
I personally think there's something about words that rhyme that like have an even greater effect.
Oh yeah, exactly, man. I mean, like, we can't deny that too, man. And I'm not saying the Bible is right, but like, it's just like all these little clues. Like, in the beginning was the logos, the word and logic and shit like that. I mean, we human beings have what they call a historical linguistic consciousness.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? So basically, so that's what happens basically that's what I mean. Like they perfected Nazi technology. So when you're just sitting there in front of the TV, because first people had to go to the movies. So now you're just sitting in front of your TV. That's why I call it programming, right? And they're literally showing you how to behave in the world. Teaching your status, how you're supposed to be treated. That's why people get so offensive, right? You know what I mean? You're all fucking criminals. You know what I mean? Because we spend the majority of our lives sitting in front of the fucking TV, working and sitting in front of the fucking TV.
The people that are obviously influenced the most are teenagers. Like they see these celebrities on TV, and just like clockwork, they emulate. They think that if I act this way, I will be accepted. People will think I'm cool. I mean, when you're a teenager, you're so terrified of not fitting in. You will literally just. I remember when I was a kid back in the 90s, like every boy had the same dorky looking bowl cut and a pair of Jinko baggy jeans and a chain with a wallet at the end of it.
You just explained it all. You know what I mean? And that explains like what we call like cooning in our community and shit, man. You want to fit in. You want to be accepted by the dominant society, right? So you will sell your soul to do that. We see it all the time on a micro level. All the time in those movies like, what's that movie called? Like 13 going on 30 with Ben Affleck's old wife. You know what I mean? And like she wants to be popular so bad with the
Ben Affleck. Is that Jennifer Garner? Or?
Yeah, Jennifer Gardner. She cuts off the relationship. Always had her fucking back.
Yeah,
she wants to be part of this one crew, and she turned into this mean girl. You know what I mean? And then she kind of able to go back into the future a little bit and kind of experience, because you know what it really is? It's really a Christmas story kind of revamped. So she gets to go into like the future for a bit. You get where I'm coming from? And she gets to see how her actions negatively impacted.
That reminds me of Never Been Kissed with Drew Barrymore.
Yeah, the same thing.
There's also there's a movie.
And those movies are trying to teach us?
What's that?
That when we try to fit in the world, we lose the things that are most important to us. Like we lose the things that are going to make us the happiest.
I know there's this movie, I think it was back in the 80s or 90s. It was called Cocoon. And there's like, they find these pods, right?
Oh, yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah. They got these bright glowing aliens inside of them, and they put them in this pool, and these elderly people, they start swimming in this pool, and it starts to rejuvenate them and make them young again. And they eventually realize that by them doing this and hopping in the pool over and over and becoming young, they're actually killing the aliens.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
It reminds me of like the whole adrenochrome, or how these elite people like to target teenagers because they like to like steal, because like people
they steal their
glorify
youth, they steal their
vampires.
innocent. It's all that shit, dude. That's how demons operate, dude.
Yeah, I mean, people glorify vampires like, oh, vampires are so sexy and romantic and stuff like that. But vampires are also pedophiles in a way.
Yeah. They're predators.
Because what they don't tell people is if a vampire feeds off of a child, it gains it's more life force than if it's like an older person, because that person is closer to source. They were just born. They're closer to God. They have more life force in them.
Not only that, too, like human beings, so we are like children.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like anytime like you can like, influence someone like you can a child. You know what I mean? That's like a child. Like you can tell a child anything and they believe you, right? For the most part, if they trust you.
Santa Claus.
Yeah. That's these are the abilities that vampires have. Like when they glamour you or try, they just basically turn into like a little kid who's like hyper trusting.
Yes.
Hyper trusting and hyper in love, basically. Because that's all that shit is, man. Like, because that's what it is, basically. Like all those tales like are low key like pedophilic. You know what I mean? Because it always involves this violation of innocence.
Exactly. The whole act of the vampire biting somebody, like biting a female, usually it's a younger female, that's all symbolic of exactly what you're saying. But moving on, next news story, it appears that Donald Trump, in August 3rd, he pleads not guilty on 2020 election interference charges. So they're saying that he tried to he tried to create a coup and overturn the rightful president, who would be Joe Biden. He is saying, no, I did no such thing. He seems to keep getting hit with this stuff, but he always seems to skate away somehow. So I don't think this will go anywhere, quite frankly. I think he'll be in the 2023 election, or at least this will serve to be another one of those Trump distractions.
Definitely. I actually think, man, the reason why they're kind of going semi-hard on him now, one is like a lot of people put pressure on Garland, but also I think because of BRICS. You know what BRICS is, right?
Mm-mm.
That's like that new economy that like Russia, China, like that new like form of currency they're making to get off the dollar. Like, so I think in a lot of people's mind, like Trump would be disastrous for that. Especially also too, because he's a friend of Putin, right? So Trump,
he respects him.
Yeah, so Trump might actually like help facilitate that whole process.
Imagine if Trump got elected and instead of fighting for Ukraine, like all of a sudden we backstab Ukraine and we just like turn around and start shooting them, and we're like, yeah, we're joining the Russians now.
I mean, that shit could happen. I mean, like because he's that kind of crazy. It's not that he's that kind of crazy. He's just like if you want to talk about a Manchurian candidate, because you don't always have to go into like, like somebody having like electrodes put on their mind or drug, right?
No.
You just need a narcissistic individual. Give them a lot of sex. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, give like the Hashashins.
Yeah. Give them a lot of power, dude. And you have somebody who was born or conditioned in an environment where nobody told him no. He's basically able to do whatever the fuck he wants. Easy to manipulate as fuck. Especially if his main mission is to destroy or tear something up. Oh man, he's perfect, man. You just let him be himself. He'll fuck everything up.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, you just let him be himself, like somebody. So it's a narcissistic personality. Because I mean, like a lot of people don't understand, man. Like those personalities are easily manipulated because they need what they call narcissistic supply, right? Because he's somebody who has or she's somebody who has an overinflated sense of who they are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have like this, like
you're making me think of Howard Stern.
Yeah. They have this. Yeah, they have that. So like, if you heap a lot of praise on these people, it's nothing they won't do for you. Like you make them feel.
I was, you're kind of getting to like psychology type
That's
of
what
stuff.
it is. It's psychological warfare.
I saw a post on Reddit and somebody was talking about Howard Stern, and like they said he's just like one of all these rich famous people who become, because they have more money than other people, they start to believe that everything that they are doing is correct and right.
Yeah. Because people project that onto them. Like I can go out there, like Trump said, he understood the power of his magnetism. I could kill somebody on Fifth Avenue and they'll still fucking vote for me. I saw a man actually say on video not too long ago that he wouldn't give a fuck if Trump killed somebody on the White House step, he'll still vote for him.
Like, well, that is the deranged stuff, man. That's like, you know, when he first came on the scene, like a lot of that "Make America Great Again" stuff, like that really appealed to people. It sounded like somebody was finally there to fight for us. But the more you learn about him, the more you realize that he really is that sort of like overconfident sort of, almost like a fascist, where he just believes that his word should be the rule of law.
A narcissist is a natural fascist. Like that's the natural state. Yeah. It's not like it's fascism. They have a tendency or predilection to engage in behavior we would perceive as being fascistic.
And they put this like
it's the perfect personality for it. Yeah,
they put this orange makeup on him, and they parade him out there. I mean, somebody's parading him out there. If he's an enemy of the state or the enemy of the deep state, then why would the deep state keep parading him out there? That doesn't make any sense.
No. That's what I'm trying to say, man. Also, too, like, look at all the evidence they have on him, too, like, like possible pedophilia and things like that. And that goes against it again, like, because you got to understand, too, man, like, a lot of people just don't have common sense, man. Like, they tell you the motherfucker had Mein Kampf next to his bed every morning, and he was a real big fan. He was almost like a historian on how Germany came to power.
Wait, who? Trump?
Trump, yeah.
He had Mein Kampf by his bed.
Yeah. He's a big, like, he's a professed big admirer of Hitler.
I did not know that. That is disturbing, to say the least. I need to add that to my Trump exposures thread.
Yeah. But that's what I'm trying to tell you, though. Like, so look at what that is, though. Basically, that's what I'm trying to tell you. So he understands that mindset.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, the way that he talks.
I just want to make this point. This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It goes back to Goebbels, right? Mm-hmm. Keep telling the same thing over and over again. It becomes the truth. Whatever the enemy accuses you of, accuse them of the same thing.
Ooh, I gotta remember that one.
So remember, so Q was perfect for him to manipulate.
Q?
Yeah, because I'm gonna get rid of these pedophiles, yada yada yada. And then it's also the perfect cover for him. Remember we talking about perfect covers?
Yeah.
Yeah, infiltrate an organization that's against pedophilia, that thinks you're here to clean up the swamp.
Interesting comment from Skate and Destroy. I thought that was kind of funny. Just vote for the Freemasonic Jesuit one more time, then he'll drain the swamp.
Was he talking about Trump?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you've seen like all these pictures with him holding up the weird Masonic hand signs, and he's standing in front of the painting of the guy, and the guy's got the Freemasonic hand sign.
No, he's going to drain the swamp out of the way, because what he's going to do is going to destroy America. It's just not the draining you think it's going to be.
Do you think he'll get reelected?
Oh, it's a strong possibility he can. Because like, you got to understand, man. Like, okay. Nobody get mad at me, man. I'm just being objective, okay? Because I love you guys. I know you won't. But like, white supremacy is a core American value.
Yeah, I agree with that. Otherwise, we would have never had segregation.
Yeah, all these things that's going on now. So basically, like, think about it. We're just talking about movies and what we watch, right? Like, everything we watch, everything we grew up on, right, is a monument to the superiority of white people. Like in the movies. I mean, seriously, dude, like, you got to think on like a subliminal level, right? Like and black people talk about this all the time. Like you heard like Paul Mooney, The Last Samurai, right? Like Tom Cruise goes to Japan, right?
Yeah.
And he learns how to be a fucking samurai better than the fucking samurai, right? It's always this.
I hate as somebody that's part Japanese. I hated a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to tell you, right? So, like, you know, like this one white guy, he goes to Japan, right? He gets with some some ninja master's daughter, right?
Yeah.
She convinces him, you know, to take in her white lover and boyfriend, right? He learns the ways of the ninja, right?
Yeah.
The ninjas get betrayed and attacked, right? And he comes along and kicks all the ninjas' asses in Japan. Motherfuckers who just grew up in the culture. Like kids have been learning that shit since they came out the motherfucking womb. He beats everybody's motherfucking ass, saves the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you got all that shit floating around in your subconscious mind, man. That shit's hard to get away from, right? So what you're seeing basically, right? You have a belief system, right? That's supported by a group of people who have power and resources, right? To make that a reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can say all day that black people are lazy and don't want to work, dude, and not hire them. Even though that's not true. But because I'm not hiring them and no one sees them working over time, and I keep saying I don't hire them because I'm lazy, it looks like black people are lazy and don't want to work when it could be racism.
You know, that makes me think of something. You know, this is just kind of a side tangent, but you know, like boxing matches and MMA fights, cage fights, and even like just sporting, like non-combat sports, stuff like that. Have you noticed that people always want the representative of their race to win, and how much pride they take if somebody from their race they feel is like the strongest fighter or something like that? That's the same psychology that you're talking about.
Oh yeah, and it all comes from white supremacy too, man. Because it's like, because you have one person who his title of superiority is secure, right? But then you have other groups, because they suffer from low self-esteem, right? They kind of want to feel that same energy, like that same adoration, that same like worship from people, that same high status, right? So that's why, like, even though like a lot of, have you seen the Django?
The Django Unchained, yeah, that was a very controversial movie.
No, think about
Tarantino.
But think about what Jamie Foxx, even though Jamie Foxx is some character like me as a black person I want to identify with, there's also something disturbing about him, right? Because I notice how he talks to some of the other, the fuck you look, I ain't like none of y'all, you know what I mean? Like, I'm the special Negro. You know what I mean? I'm the educated Negro, right? In fact, dude, like, there's a movie with Sidney Poitier, and it encapsulates that perfectly. It's Sidney Poitier, right?
Yeah.
And it's Clark Gable. And it's the Civil War, right? And Clark Gable was a slave owner, right?
Yeah.
And what he did, basically, he raised Sidney Poitier's character like he's like a son, right? And he made him dignified and all that shit, right? But over time, at the end, Sidney Poitier betrays him, and Sidney tells you why. He says, man, because you may be into something that this world won't accept. I can't go back to my black people because I'm not like them. I can read, I can write. You know, like certain white people respect me, and then white people hate me because in their mind, I'm not supposed to be capable of these things. So he actually resented his master for being kind to him and making him exceptional. Because in making him exceptional, it's sort of like casting out of society entirely. Like he completely lost the home. He was completely uprooted. He was banned from the white world and banned from the black world. It's just a deep little movie, man. But that's what a lot of people want to do. They want to be these exceptional sort of black and brown people or Asian people because they don't subconsciously, they don't want to identify with their own people.
You know, backtracking to Tarantino, like there's more evidence that he has kind of a twisted mentality, because remember in the one about Hollywood, long ago in Hollywood or whatever it's called, with Brad Pitt and all that.
Pulp Fit?
No. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh yeah,
they had, like,
with the Brad Pitt. Yeah, that shit was good.
But remember the part where I like that stuff. I like that movie. I actually like Tarantino, but the thing I hated about it was the Bruce Lee stuff, where all of a sudden Brad Pitt, a white guy, like he's stronger than Bruce Lee for no reason. Like Bruce Lee is getting his ass kicked by Brad Pitt, who's just a white guy that's tough.
No, but if you know anything who that guy is based on, dude, that shit really, really real. And that's why I did it, because Bruce Lee was being kind of like an asshole. He was like
but that's fine. But they didn't have to have Brad Pitt beat the crap out of him. I mean, Bruce Lee would beat the crap out of Brad Pitt.
No, but that's what really happened though. Like it was like that one guy, like he was like a jujitsu expert and everything. He was actually like a real killer. Like at one point, he'd been in Hitman. Like it's different thing, man. But like being like a sports fighter and then a motherfucking killer, dude.
Are you talking about Gene LaBelle?
The guy, yeah, whoever he was, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know about anything like that. I thought that was kind of lame how like Brad Pitt was like,
no.
It's like he knew martial arts like Bruce Lee. Like he was doing kung fu, he was doing kicks and stuff. You know what I mean?
But Bruce Lee wasn't the only one dude who knew that shit. It's a lot of you got to think about it. It's a lot of white people, man, who went to Japan and China and was learning that shit a long time ago, dude. It's
yeah, that's true. That's
you know what I mean? Like we got a black samurai. You know, like that's what I mean. Like you got to slow down and really think about it, man. Like we known about Japan for a long time and China and all that shit. You know, and I'm telling you, man, I'll be honest, man, because I had the money and resources.
The thing is though, Bruce Lee's daughter, she was really upset by that.
I mean, because it's like what your boy was saying earlier about like besmirking Audrey Hepburn's name.
Yeah,
all it could do was hurt Bruce Lee in his image, dude. Like he could have still profited off the Bruce Lee scene without making Bruce Lee look bad.
Or look at one person like that I really respect is Jimi Hendrix, because like how many like hardcore well-known black rock musicians were there? I'm not talking about blues, I'm talking about rock. Like he kind of transcended all stereotypes, and I don't think it's any I think he was murdered because I think it had something to do with him kind of bridging that racial gap. I mean, I can't prove this.
But there's evidence to kind of support what you're saying, because Hoover just flat out said it. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, there's real evidence out there, man, that people keep ignoring, man. Like Particle and Kelpro, man, J. Edgar Hoover just flat out said it. We must prevent the rise of a black messiah. So any black person who kind of has that type of info.
Wait. I'm not familiar with this. Sounds fascinating.
Yeah,
J. Edgar Hoover said
this.
Go
to Google right now. Yeah, just type in "we must prevent the rise of black messiah," so everybody knows I'm not lying. Just type that in there and show everyone on the screen.
Okay, give me a second here. Looks like they're making a movie about something like that.
Well, that one movie about Fred Hampton was about that, like Judas and the Black Messiah. Yeah, because that's what it's about, basically. Like especially, and this is like the big theory about like the murder behind Fred Hampton, basically, because it's rumored that he was like he met with I don't know if they're Klan members, but definitely like white supremacists, right? And they were trying to make alliances, right? Yeah. So like, kind of like what we're doing right here, basically, because that's what I'm gonna bring up, like talking to Trump, that's like, when you look at like the red states being the poor states, like evidently like your needs aren't being fucking met.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And this is the same, and they're getting kind of caught up in the same thing, which a lot of like those Islamic imams did to their people, basically. Because this is how
where's that coming from?
I don't know. It's not me.
Oh, it's an ad. Sorry about that. That's what happens when you
go on the internet,
Googling and stuff.
Yeah.
But I was closing some of those windows of stuff we already talked about. I don't need those open anymore.
Okay, so like
but I'm bringing it up.
So basically, what they did to get the people on the side is like we know you guys are suffering. We know we don't got money, but we kept the West out. You get where I'm coming from? We know you guys are suffering. We know you guys are, but at least those goddamn black ass, wherever you want to talk about them, at least they're suffering. They're dying out, right? So they kind of got you hooked up on this ideology, right? That makes you feel good psychologically and emotionally, but it's not sustaining you physically.
Well, here it is. Here's the article that references the comments by J. Edgar Hoover, where he said, I'm not sure, I'd have to read this whole article to figure out where he's saying this, when, but it looks like he's issuing some major directives here. It says, Hoover issued another directive, prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify and electrify the militant black nationalist movement. Boy, how racist was J. Edgar Hoover to make a statement like that? What a wasp.
Well, but a lot of that too is because it's like this is fear that if we somehow surpass you, that we'll return the favor. So I'm telling you, man, like a lot of people don't realize, man, like to me, like integration, to be honest with you, dude, that's just a battle strategy. Like keep your friends close and your enemies closer, right? You have because there's one point in time, right? Because at one point too, like they had those beliefs too, like black people couldn't do anything, right? But then when they started to see things like Black Wall Street and black people actually build successful communities, and actually thrive, all of a sudden reality hit white people. These people can possibly surpass us. And if they surpass us, what if they remember all the shitty things we did to them? What will they do to us, right? So then they came in, burned and destroyed and looted the area. But basically, that's basically to keep you above them because there's this element of revenge there. It's like this, they understand this natural instinct that at one point, when the tide shift or the tables turn, if they are, there's always like this psychological, irresistible impulse to want to return the favor. And it's especially high probability of doing that, because I'm not even saying it's unfounded. There's especially a high probability of doing that when people feel like they're justified. You know where I'm coming from? When people when people know you've been fucking stepping on their
and
ass.
a lot of this has to do with Hearst when he owned the paper mills and the newspapers, and he put that out there like, oh, we got to ban marijuana because it makes black men go crazy and they start raping white women. That's just creating fear. That's creating fear of not only marijuana but of black people. Like there's a heavy tie there between the making marijuana illegal and the oppression of African Americans.
Yeah, anything to oppress us more, anything to give them a reason to oppress us more and keep us down. Because that's another biggest fear too. Like that Dr. Francis Cross Wilson talks about that in the ISIS paper, but this whole thing of like genetic annihilation, that's the idea of like the white replacement theory comes from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
that brings a question. I have a really challenging question for you. Do you want to take this one head on?
I don't care, man. I don't know to say I had the answer, so I don't feel attached to it at all. So you can ask me anything.
Okay.
I don't know if I can answer it or not. Yeah.
Well, something comes to mind.
Yeah.
And what you were talking about earlier kind of drew this up from my memory banks. But in Europe, there literally is a type of replacement going on in France, in Germany, in England, where Muslims are moving into the existing European Caucasian neighborhoods, and they're taking over. And they're implementing Islamic ideas, and there's a lot of sexual assault going on, and this is terrifying, or perhaps creating hysteria against these immigrants that are flooding in from war-torn Muslim countries. Is this kind of like evidence that something like that could happen? I mean, I'm not saying like black people are going to go all Nat Turner on white society or anything like that.
But I don't even know if that's true or not, because I mean, like, look at our show right now, man. We talk about psyops all the time.
Sure, and it definitely could be, but
so I tell you right now, man, like it's all about thinking critically, dude. Like it looks like the world's a bad place, right?
Yeah,
it does, right? Or it's got worse. But it's always been the same thing. The difference is like we get information a lot faster, and we get it a lot faster now. This shit has always been happening. We just didn't have the technology to properly record it. So it's not like you have this increase of actual events happening. What you have basically is an increase of awareness. More people are able to gain access to things that will make them aware of these things going on in our world. It's not so easy for the government to hide things anymore when everybody pretty much has their own media on their phone.
I think the ultimate conclusion that a Caucasian person is going to come to when they get very conditioned to hanging out and being around and talking to people of other races, I eventually think they're naturally going to conclude that there's bad people and good people of all skin tones and races.
Oh yeah, definitely, dude. Like I don't disagree with that at all. My thing basically is right now is like we have to treat white people collectively, dude, so we can get the change we want. Because
your name is Dr. Robert, and you're a healer, and perhaps racism is what you are healing.
Oh yeah, that's what we're here for, man. That's why I want to do those meditations on the show, man. Like one show we do those meditations, man. Be good for people, man. And I've already been doing it with some people on Twitter anyway. But I got something, and those are things, man, I learned for people who are involved in like those psychic programs with the CIA and shit.
Yeah,
like I got those from like Michael Urban. You know who Michael Urban is? That's my mentor.
I've heard that name.
He's the guy who made subliminals possible. Like period. Like he created some special. In fact, dude, like when he proved it, the same thing would happen with the neurophone. He proved that it worked and it was powerful. The CIA came in. His friend told him, because he's just making for like athletes and shit like that. Like some of the athletes that are like were superstars. Like he made programs for them. Right. So basically, like when the CIA, like he said, man, I got a contract with the CIA. His friend told him, because they kind of had like a business together. He said the next thing he know, dude, they shut down all his bank accounts, right? Raided his office, stole all his technology. He actually left the States because of that. Stole all his technology, and then it was this massive smear campaign against subliminals. And he said he just turned his back on his business, walked, and he was like in fear of his life for a long fucking time. But he's the one who kind of like trained me. Like he made a subliminal CD for me. And he said, man, it's gonna make you the Buddha. But they noticed my psychic abilities, man, when I exposed Richard Blackbridge. And he was a pedophile. I typed in Rick Bridges.
California. Rick Bridges?
Yeah, California murder. Type him in. Because I exposed this guy. I'll tell you the story. At this law firm.
Is this guy you're not talking about the rapper?
No, Rick Bridges. Blackbridge Resource. Rick Bridges, murder, LA or Hollywood. Type in Hollywood.
Murder suspect search deputies scour Hollywood Hills. This sounds more along the line of what you're talking about.
Yeah, Rick Bridges, basically, right? So he created like this kind of like rainmaking kind of like business for attorneys, where basically he would get them cases and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
So I used to work at a firm he used to be the rainmaker for a long time ago under Lisa Pasante, right? Criminal law, right? In fact, I worked on the Graham Sleeper case. You ever heard of that case?
Wait, you got to back up for me. Rainmaker?
Rainmaker, basically, like, you ever seen that movie with the guy who plays on Jason Bourne?
Yeah. Matt Damon.
There's a movie called The Rainmaker. A rainmaker is basically somebody who goes out there and get, like Erin Brockovich would be kind of considered a rainmaker, where she kind of found this case, believed in it, and generated a lot of money for the firm, and she was able to get the people to sign with the firm. That's what a rainmaker does.
Interesting. You still there?
Yeah, they find cases and they bring money to the attorneys, and they convince the people to sign. So this guy was like, this motherfucker can sell like ice to Eskimos and shit like that, right?
It's like the marketing part of the
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He could sell ice. I mean, man, I'm like, he used to teach me this one thing. We would always do this little thing with Filipinos, right? Because he understood he would study their culture and everything, right? Like every time it got in, like you give your presentation basically, and right down to the end when it gets time to sign, without fail, no bullshit. If you got a Filipino client, they will always say, now you know, we're not rich people. They would always say that. Now you know, we're not rich people. Like all the time, right?
Well, they're from the Philippines, where you could live for the rest of your life off of like $300.
Yeah. So basically, like we would beat them to the punch. We say every time we tell them the story, every guys, we're not rich people, and they start laughing, and we get them to sign all the time, right? But I start hanging with this motherfucker a lot, man, and like his energy was like really bad to me. Like, would almost like make me sick to my stomach. Like it almost tasted and smelled it. It was like a real dirty energy. And I noticed sometimes he kind of have like these personality shifts like that. And one night, man, I had this dream, right? right before, the night before work. Things like, and he was in this dream, right? Because he would leave all the time, and I'd be the one running the whole little operation, right? And he would come back, dude, and like, be hours, dude, right? So I had a dream like he was just out there gambling, right? Right? So one day, dude, like, I go to work. I said, man, I had this weird dream about you, Mr. Blackman. He said, what? I said, you're just gambling, man. You just losing money left and right, right? I bullshit you not, man. About like 5 minutes later, man, he calls me in his office. He said, come here, Robert. Sit me down. Then he had like his little like underling with him. He goes, look, Robert, tell me what you want, and I'll make sure you get it. Right? Right? And I go, look, motherfucker, I've been telling you what I want, man. I want the motherfucking money you promised me, right? I'm going hard on you, right?
Yeah.
He said, look, Robert, we don't have to go through all this, man. Man, I get it, man. Just tell me what you want, and I will make sure you get it. Right? And at the time, I'm so emotional and mad because he's been kind of fucking me over, man. I just keep going back. I said, look, motherfucker, I told you what the fuck I want. I want what the fuck you promised me, right? And without work, he'll say the same thing again. Look, Robert, just tell me what you want, and I'll make sure you get it. At that point, then it dawned on me, okay, this motherfucker's doing some shady shit, right? So then one day, man, I heard him talking to this other cat, man. I just didn't like the conversation was going. So the next night I went home, man, I wrote my letter of resignation, man. And I just basically said, his managerial style does not comport with my personality, right?
Yeah.
So then, like, the attorneys, I guess they kind of have something to say, so they kind of alarmed them because they love me. Said, why don't you quit? We love you. Can you come talk to us, right? And I told you, man. I said, man, this motherfucker gives me bad vibes. I said, there's something about him, but I think this motherfucker is extremely dangerous, right? So we had a private detective named Mackey, and that motherfucker was bad. He was like a big time Hollywood detective, right? And he was our detective for the firm, right? So I tell the motherfucker, man, I said, you need to do like a report on, you need to go do an investigation on this motherfucker, man. I think there's something about this motherfucker, right? So then they call me back in. I agree to go back to work. Maybe like a week later, Mackey tells me the motherfucker has a secret indictment on him, right? And he's involved in some pedophile ring.
Whoa.
Right?
That's nasty.
That's right. So then we bust him.
Right? How did he find that out?
Because he did an investigation on him. That's why he changed his name. Because, like, Brackbridge is not his last name. It's Rick Bridges. But he had changed his... I said, motherfucker changed his name and everything, man. I said, I'm looking at the attorneys.
Some kind of pedophile grifter dude.
Yeah. So I'm looking
what
at the
the hell?
So I'm looking at the
That's straight out of a movie.
No bullshit, it gets weirder. So then I look at him and I go, like, that doesn't bother me. I kept saying that in front of him because I was incredulous. Like, the motherfucker, I kept saying it over again. The motherfucker changed his name. No red flags, anyone? Like I'm trying to get him to get it, right?
Wow.
So finally get it right. So then I tell him, once we find out, we get rid of him, right?
Yeah.
And I was
you can him. You guys are firing him.
We meeting, told him what I said, man. And I told him, man, I said, you don't understand. There are some days, man, it took everything in my power, motherfucker, not to break your fucking back. I was so mad. I hated that motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like seriously, dude.
He's sick fuck.
Yeah. So then, like, he leaves, and then, like, he's sending all the women attorneys, like, all these little weird messages, like, take a man's life from him and marvel at the results, right? Next thing we know, the week later, nigga, the fucking police come to the fucking firm. And they tell us they're looking for Mr. Blackbridge. Right? I knew what happened right away. Because I told him before it happened, I said, look, man, I know his type. I said,
so wait, did somebody blow the whistle and contact the police?
No. We fired him. Let me tell you what happened.
Okay.
I told him I said, I have a bad feeling. He's just that type. I said, he's going to hurt somebody or kill somebody really bad to get his power back. Right?
What the hell?
The police come.
This shit gets worse and worse.
Yeah. So police come, they question us, right? And I just straight out tell them, man. I say, look, man, he killed somebody, didn't he? And the police just look at me strong face, right? I said, I know his personality, man. I told him that's exactly what he's gonna do. They didn't tell us, right? Later, we find out, like, he kills like this 18-year-old boy, like, because he was in the boys, like, damn near decapitates him with the fucking knife.
He's Caligula.
Or no bullshit, dude. And I warned everybody, and nobody fucking listened to me. But yeah.
Holy crap. That's a one crazy ass story. That's like, man, that's crazier than anything on any of these like cop shows or NYPD Blue or anything like that.
Oh man, that shit really happened, man. I became the attorney. So then Michael Urban was like, start inviting me over, and he was dating Arlene, who was like the head attorney, and he started inviting me over to his crib in North Hollywood, and he would start showing me all this equipment and all these. So he started testing my intuition. You know, and then I had like this high psychic ability, and then he started fucking with like these making all these like subliminal tapes for me and making me listen to them. And then at one point, man, like, you know, so I could be like real calm and really like, you know, polite and listen to both sides and investigate. So what he did basically, like, he put me in a room and he patted it. And he made me go over everything that made me angry, and he made me like beat the shit out of everything in there until I literally just exhausted all the anger out of my body. And he was like, I need you to be able to be like super cool and don't let anything shake you. You got to know who you are to the point where you got to know yourself so well that no one can shake you. So I kind of got like all this co-work training on like accident. And I lost a lot of jobs because of it too, man. Because when I worked at the city attorney's office, man, I got some dirt on an expert witness because I had a vision as I was going through the deposition and outlining it, because I used to outline depositions a lot and strategize for them.
You're like Serpico kind of.
I don't know what the fuck it is, but I just got like a vision, and I said she did something crazy, right? So then I Google search and go to like the board of psychologists and shit like that. And Mark Monroe, she had a mark against her, dude. And this is what she did. This is the crazy shit in the world. A client that fell in love with her. So this is a psychologist, right? Her client falls in love with her, right?
That happens sometimes.
And he's handsome, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So she kind of wants to get at him too, and she's flattered. So she says, look, I can't date you as a client, so we're gonna have to terminate services, and then we can start dating each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
They terminate the service, right? She starts dating the guy, right? Gets tired of the guy, right? Leaves him, and then signs him back up on the client and tells him he has problems, he needs to see her more, and needs to return to as a client. I don't know who does that shit, but that was some badass shit. So I got a mark against her ass. So I was having all these weird experiences, man. And then, like, I picked up on some shit with the LAPD and shit. And then I got, like, asked to leave. And then the chief of police, Chief Beck, he resigned a month later. Like, I found this big-ass conspiracy. Nigga, they demoted my boss and everything. And I've been angry ever since.
When was this?
This is, like, maybe about, like, I want to say maybe 4 years ago. Like
that's not that long ago.
Like 20, maybe like 20, no, maybe about 2018. Like 2018. Yeah, man, I was doing good, man. Man, I used to work with the internal affairs, man, and I opened up a whole new case they were trying to hide. And the LAPD is shady.
Oh shit. Yeah, you got to be pretty brave to do stuff like that. That's why I was kind of saying you're like Serpico, because Serpico is like this guy that went against all the police corruption in the whole city, and he was getting threats. People were coming after him and shit like that. And you know, just like
I heard him in the corner, man, talking about how to get rid of me, man. And it was this one like detective, like this like short white guy with like curly hair, dude. And every time I go to him, he used to act like he was gonna pee his pants. He was like super nervous. And then when they let me go, I saw him walking down the street, man, and he looked so fucking relaxed. And he was talking to me so nice, like I was like, man, because I was shaking shit up. I was shaking shit up in that motherfucker boy. And they got rid of my black ass for it though, because I don't know how to stop.
But you landed on your feet though. I mean, you found found
I
work
had it before. I
elsewhere.
got a couple of jobs, man, but I just started hating the legal profession because of it, man. Because I was like,
just disgruntled and disillusioned.
And a lot of it was like racism and all kind of shit, dude. But you know, man. But
we have that stuff going on here in Seattle. There's dirty dealings between the last mayor who ended up resigning, or her term expired, and the chief of police. Like, this is recent. Like, they found out they had some private emails and stuff that they're talking about going on that like nobody knew about, and they both ended up going elsewhere. So it just sounds so similar to I mean, not that similar, but you know, in the sense of this inner city corruption.
Oh man, you don't understand, man. Oh man, like the LAPD is sexual too. Like it's like a sexual cesspool, right? Like I had to tell a girl one day, man, at a school one day, because my brother's a professor, and she went. I said, you got to be careful in the LAPD, man. I'm telling you, man. Like, it's a lot of like weird sexual shit going on in there, man. It was
what the fuck, man?
Because I work. You gotta understand, dude. Like, I work for like the employment division of the city.
This is a police station.
Yeah, no, LAPD, man, is a fucking. It's like a cult, dude, and it's a lot of sex. And you can get like Chief Beckman. I mean, like incestuous.
You mean like with hookers they're arresting, or with female police officers?
Like female police officers, man. Because like,
whoa.
I mean, like, because like you know,
get out the handcuffs.
They move up in rank that way.
Damn. I mean, I know that. That's called sleeping your way to the top. I've seen that. I'm 40 years old. I've seen that shit.
No, but like super like sleazy shit, dude. Like I mean, because I used to because my job was to defend them. See, I work for the employment division of the city attorney's office. So like sexual harassment, racism, for all the city, like parks and recs, the fire department, everything. So I went through all those cases, man. But the LAPD, man, them motherfuckers, man. Man, keep your daughter from them motherfuckers. That's all I gotta say.
Man, that just reminds me of some of these guys that, there's these videos of them and they're pulling women over and they're like sticking their hands down their pants and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, man, because it does something to their mind.
Yeah,
like, it's something about getting authority and having a badge, and you start to believe you're untouchable. Because Training Day is based on real events. Because I read that case too, man. Like, I'm telling you, man, like the shit in that case. Or you need to have on your show, dude. If you want to know some fucked up shit about the LAPD, because I used her a lot. Like, I went to, because she's a journalist. She's a black journalist, and for some reason, on this particular case involving these particular officers, someone was leaking information to her inside the department, and I found out who was responsible for the leak. I found out how they were doing it, why they were doing it, the cover they were using, and everything. And so that's what opened up everything.
Okay, how are you getting to the bottom of this? Are you talking to people? Like, what is? Are you a detective too?
Yeah, because I work basically with. I work side by side with internal affairs, because that becomes an internal affair issue too.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm going through the cases and the depositions and I'm going through the evidence and I see something new, right? Because you can retry shit, because a lot of times basically like when they get rid of officers and shit like that, even though they do bad shit, they kind of force them to confess. And once they force them to confess, then they can't put them in jail and everything, but they can fire them and take away their pension and shit like that. So basically, like, a lot of officers get away with that shit, and it's called like a board hearing. So then it's kind of like a double jeopardy issue unless you can find like new evidence, right? So I had a mind where I was able to find like these new evidences and new pieces that kind of justify them going back and giving them what they actually deserve, basically. So I would talk to them and shit, man. I said, man, you know what? Did you know this? So-and-so said this in the deposition, right? She said she knows who's responsible for the leak. Just flat out. Nobody questioned her. I need you to question so-and-so, and I need this information. Like, they used to call me sir and everything. I would tell Eternal Fair that shit all. I need this. But really got me fucked up too? They overheard me say one day, man, because I was fucking them up, dude. They overheard me one day say, man, I work for the motherfucking city. I can give a fuck about the LAPD. because they're just on contract anyway. I said my job is to get to the fucking truth. My job is not to defend or protect none of them motherfuckers. I don't see them as my friend or none of that shit. And somebody told me, man, that they were like begging, like my boss, you got to get rid of this guy, man. This guy, and they were accusing me of being like an agent, like a fed and shit. Like they think you're a fed.
I could see that. That sounds very, because I know that these organizations have a certain fear of federal agents. Like, yeah. That's something you even see in like the TV shows, like Mayans or Sons of Anarchy, that type of stuff.
Yeah. And I'm like Aaron Brockovich, man. I'm like a natural snoop. You know, that's part of being a Scorpio too. They call us like the detectives of the Zodiac, man. But dude, like I'll be like, yeah, dude. But I
like that. I'm a Scorpio.
Oh, see, we the detectives of the Zodiac. November, October.
November
what?
7th.
Ah, November 5th. Oh man, guess what, man? We're both F2s. You know about your deacons?
No, I don't know about any of this stuff.
Okay, like every sign has like 3 deacons. In certain periods of the month, you have specific abilities or talents based on what period of Scorpio you're in. So you and I are adolescent Scorpios. We're S2s, and we're like the most deepest and most sexual of all the Scorpios.
Sounds about right.
We're like super deep, yeah. Yeah, but we're the detectives of the Zodiac, man. So like Dostoevsky was an S2. And Ramo, the Desert Fox, was an S3. They're like very charming Scorpios. My brother D-Rock, Darren, he's an S3. And then my brother Nuno, all my brothers are Scorpios. Then my brother Nuno, he's an S1.
You know a lot about astrology.
Oh yeah, I study all this shit, man. My family and everybody's into this shit, man.
Did you know that astrology was originally taught to humanity by Enki?
I believe it. I didn't know that, but I believe it.
I'll lay it out for you. So Babylon is where Daniel lived, right? And the Magi?
Uh-huh.
And they were all about predicting things through the stars. And they were taught these things by Marduk and Nebu, who were sons of Enki and lived in Babylon. They are the ones that passed this down to the humans that live there. And because of that, I'm sorry, let me backtrack. They were taught by their father, Enki, and that lineage has continued onto secret societies and eventually the Rosicrucians that were picked up by what's her name, Maxine something, the mother of astrology. So that's a direct lineage from Enki.
That's insane, dude. I love that shit, man. Keep talking.
Yeah.
It goes back to what I'm saying though. It's just like, like we live in an era, dude, where like the world is kind of told and described to us. We're kind of born given these narratives. So that's what I'm saying. That's like, so it's very easy for the United States to get seduced by Nazi ideology because they already had a superior race ideology. And then when you have
but a lot of this stuff is like, this is what I learned about just about everything, including what you're speaking of. I don't care what it is. There's a good side and a bad side to everything. And to like try to make everything too, binary thinking, it just doesn't work. Like
it's dangerous.
Yeah, like maybe like the truth is more in the middle. Like, how they have these Christians that say like if you're into the gods and stuff like that, you're a filthy pagan, and somehow you're like a Satanist, even though Satan isn't even like really in the pantheons and shit that you're into. And then you have the people that are like complete opposite and are into like paganism and stuff like that. Maybe it's like a mix of the two. Maybe the ultimate truth is that like paganism isn't bad and Christianity isn't bad. It's just like they're more the same thing that we really know or think.
Oh yeah, I believe. You know what, man? That goes back to like the whole thing with the Buddha too, like the middle way. I think like somebody in the guest subconscious realm, we were talking about that. He calls himself Ninja too, I think. But like like a gold mean Aristotle, like you want to be in the middle of like these two extremes, basically. You know what I mean? Like kind of like yin and yang shit, like at the center. Because the whole idea of yin and yang, basically, when it gets too extreme, it automatically reverts back to this opposites because you need this natural harmony and duality in the world.
Yeah, like Christ says, "Let thine eye be singular," or something like that. Meaning you can't just like look at it. And once again, that's like that binary thinking. You got to have trinary thinking. You got to see with your third eye, and you got to see that hidden perspective beyond the this or that.
You want to listen and view things with your heart. You know, that's why we have emotion. You want to have an intuitive component to it. You know, because like
your brain can be fooled, but your heart cannot.
It's also doing people operate out of patterns too, and it's not like that they're trying to hurt you like intentionally. It's just the only way they know how to respond to that situation. They're coping mechanisms. Like even with gang members doing the street, man, that's a coping mechanism, man. That's something that they do because they've witnessed in their environment and with the people around them. Is that's how you survive in your environment.
You take advantage of others.
Yeah. It's not even technically. It's just you gotta look at amoral. It's just an organism adapting to its environment so it can fucking survive.
It's almost like it's a martial art.
Yeah. We give all that shit meaning. Like we say it's bad and evil and shit like that, dude. You know what I mean?
But you know what? I actually don't think that gangsters are bad, because I know for a fact that the real Crips, not the posers who pretend to be Crips, they'll act, if they see somebody getting beat up that's even just like a weak white guy and they see him being preyed upon, they'll actually stick up for him and start kicking ass.
Well, they originally made, man, to police the black neighborhood. And then I turned into something else. Because my father's like an original, like he's dead now, but he was like an original Slauson gang member. And he was also Panther, and he was like, every organization has sex, man. We don't like to admit it, dude. You know what I mean? Like it's always like a series of charismatic leaders in one organization that have their own crew and their own personal philosophy. Like
you said sex, like different little mini groups of the main.
So Bunchy Carter had what he called the Wolf Pack. And my father was like a member of the Wolf Pack. And that was like his particular vision of like the Black Panther Party. Like my mother, Uncle Redman and Bunchy Carter were like best friends. You know what that is? He was murdered at UCLA, like Bunchy Carter and John Huggins, by the US organization, which is another black organization. And then COINTELPRO is involved with that. Like turning these two organizations against one another.
Oh man, this is some juicy shit right here. I like this.
Yeah, but my father and him, and he was part of that, man. But yeah,
because people need to hear this, because they don't believe this goes on. They don't believe like COINTELPRO is in your weight room, is in your little club, is in the activist groups. Like they
all day long, man. All day long, because that's what they do. They infiltrate, man. You know, I mean, that's what the whole story's about, man. You know, like you can control something, and that's what the Romans had that idea, man. That's why the Romans were so successful, man. They let you keep your religion and everything, right? Because they didn't want to create tension. They just, you know, you can do everything you were doing. You just have to recognize that we're in control now. And that made it much easier for them to take over, because they weren't subverting like the identity of the people. They were just saying, now your identity is part of the Roman Empire.
You know, that is fascinating, especially considering that Rome controlled the world for so long, and I don't think any empire was ever more successful.
It's all psychological too, man. And that's what you gotta understand too, man. Like they're gods too, man. Like you have Ares, right? And Ares is the god of war, but Ares is like brute force, like raw masculine power. Like he doesn't think.
Men are from Mars.
Yeah, it's just perfect carnage, right? But then you have Athena, right? And she's not just the goddess of war, right? She's the goddess of strategic warfare. Right? So these guys used to pray and meditate on these people all the time. And these gods or these beings, you know, whatever they believe was communicate with them, taught them psychological strategies. Like they weren't just brutes, man. The Romans engaged in a lot of psychological warfare too, and that's one of it too. Now let them keep their one religion. How's it hurting us? It's just going to give us more ways to control these people. And that's what the United States government does at some point, man, when they were like kind of like doing psychological warfare. So I think in the Philippines, man, they have like a type of vampire myth. Right?
Oh, Philippines is big on stuff like that. Absolutely.
Yeah, they had a vampire myth, right? So the United States basically like they were killing like, I guess, like enemy soldiers in the Philippines, and they would like put two like puncture wounds in your neck and then drain the blood. So they were weaponizing that belief against the people of the Philippines, basically. That's what psychological warfare is. Worldview warfare. They study your beliefs and your values and the way that you see the world, and then they use your worldview against you to manipulate you. That's why it was very easy for the Nazis to take root in the United States, because we already had the ingredients they needed to manipulate people with that worldview. It's like meeting your soulmate almost. I hate people who aren't white. You hate people who aren't right. I believe white people are superior. You believe white people are superior. It was a match made in heaven. And that's what, so, you know, like, and that's what we talk about now, man, with the UFO.
Hey, Robert, man, like, this is like, the reason I've been going with this so long is this is some fascinating shit, but we're at 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Go?
Yeah, well, not really. We got to just, like, at least finish the news and then kind of wrap things up a little bit.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
All right. So, sorry, I'm pulling it up. In the news, also, in addition to the other things we talked about, Lizzo and Trump, China, over in China, our favorite country, other than the United States, of course, is getting worse and worse. It seems that they are now starting to move into a full-blown social credit system where if you don't it seems, oh man, I'm starting to talk about the, you know what, okay, can't go there.
Don't do
but
that.
Ever since 2020,
can't lose the show.
Ever since no, can't lose the show. I love that, man. I'm glad. Thank you for protecting us and understanding and not like constantly talking about it like some other people want to, Todd.
Well, it's not that important, dude. It's really not. It's really not.
Yeah.
It's a lot more shit, way more important than that. It's a lot of sneaky shit they doing. It's way more important than that shit.
But speaking of which, like, Logan should have, I don't know if he has ADD or what, because he's loading up all this stuff. He wanted to like do a little ritual on air and stuff, but he never makes it to the end of the show when I want to just kind of give him the podium and let him do his thing. He's always like, he's mad. He's too mad by that.
ADHD, man, they make plans and never follow through.
Yeah. So Logan, I hope you're hearing this. I mean, if you're even still listening, you're going to go back, but we probably would have had fun doing something like that. Just, you got to hang out until like after the guest is gone and all that. And then we can do something cool. I mean, I think it would be fun to do like a little magic ritual on air. What do you think about that?
Oh, hell yeah. That's what I'm going to do with the meditations. It's the same thing.
Yeah. We should just do a whole episode with just like, you'll do the first half and Logan will do the second half.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome, man. And also too, man, Logan's talented, man. I want him to help us with our advertising, dude. I got some plans.
You say Logan's talented?
Huh?
You say Logan's talented?
Yeah, with that video shit.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, Logan's the man, dude. I'm telling you, dude. We're gonna make videos, dude. Watch.
We just gotta focus this chaotic energy inside.
I got everything already done, dude. We just gotta like just all you gotta do, man, is help us tell the story in video. Because people really don't read anymore.
But he wants to push this magic through the show. This is how he can push his magic through the show.
Yeah, too. Yeah. I don't mind, like, putting an attractive spell on the shit, man, so we can attract more viewers and shit.
Oh, that's what, since probably like 2020, that's all this show is about. It's just one big magic spell, and everybody that comes on here is a magician of some kind.
What I want to do basically, man, because when we talk about these forces and these energies, and they're preventing us from kind of making contact with our higher self, that's why I wanted to start it with spiritual protection, because that's the one that they teach the CIA. I got from Michael Irvin, dude. I'm telling you, dude, like, we're going to create turn your aura into a real bubble of protection, dude.
But check this out, like that's awesome.
CIA, huh?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, what we're doing here is, we know that the witches and the warlocks and the black magicians and Satanists, they've already come together. That's why they have their power. But what we're doing right here is we're finally finding an effective way to fight back against them. We're bringing together the good sorcerers all together. The Jedi are reuniting from before the flood.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Under the guidance of our leader Enki, who blesses us from his hidden city of Eridu.
Now that's my vision too, man. I see it, man. That's why with Logan, man, he can help us, man. Because, you know, man, I'm a bomb researcher.
Yeah, you know some pretty good shit there, and also the legal world and the detective work.
Shit, that's what I'm saying.
Love
So,
that
like,
stuff.
we can make some like really good shorts, man. Like advertising, showing and giving people real good information. Like you know how I was doing the things on Twitter?
Yeah.
Turn those into videos, like little shorts. With imagery and just tell that as a story.
And use clips from the show.
Yeah, and use clips from like anime clips, like it's a bloody murder scene. Logan knows how to do that shit. We're gonna give him carte blanche. We're just gonna give him the script.
Heck yeah. So moving on to the next. Well, actually, that's pretty much it. Social credit score. Yeah, we're pretty much at the end. But Dr. Robert wanted to thank you once again for joining us here on the show, the live radio
now,
show.
Man. I feel
the end of days fam.
Left me out.
Absolutely. Hey, why don't you go ahead and just you know the drill. Hop up on the podium one more time and say what you want to say, and then follow that up by anything you'd like to plug.
Okay. Here's what I say, man. We need to get together, man. And I want to help. And there's a lot of, fucked up shit going on in poor white communities too, man. And I feel like we need to organize those communities too and get those children like recreational centers and tutoring programs, in violence prevention centers and mental health services, man. But they're going to have to be organized, and we have to help them organize and become community needs based and not culture war based politics. Because you guys aren't getting your needs met, man. I hate to tell you, man. I'm looking at the stats. You're just not getting your needs met. And hating, the Democrats and, that's one thing, man. And that probably is noble, man. But it doesn't feed your children, man. And we want to feed your children, man. And like I said, like AOC can help, man. All you got to do is follow AOC's program. And that's what she wants to do, basically. Follow this program. Organize yourselves as poor white people, man, and get the same monies coming to your community and help your children and help your families. Grassroots organization based on the needs of the community and what the community needs. And fuck all that cultural hate shit distraction. Let's get paid. Get these motherfuckers to give us our fucking money, and everybody can live cool, and we can barely have some motherfucking problems, but we got to work together and realize that we all got to eat, and we all need food, shelter, and sometimes we all need a little help, man. And red states are poor as fuck, dude. And we just got to get it together, man. We got to organize you guys and help you guys get your needs met, your children's needs met, mental health services, recreational programs, tutoring services, apprenticeship programs. It's enough for everybody, man, but we're going to just all have to organize. And ALC has a blueprint for you guys. You guys just got to be open to it. And that's all I want to say, man. And follow me and Dan, man, because me and Dan are going to be in some cool shit in subconscious realms too, man. We're going to start putting out some video advertising, man, highlighting what we're going to talk about on the show and the issues we're going to be tackling, and just giving you basic information, factual information, things that can be verified, not conspiracy, but fact, historical fact. So stay tuned for that. But that's all I want to say. And follow us on Twitter, man.
Follow us on Twitter, indeed. Do you give your Twitter handle out? What's your Twitter handle?
Oh, some numbers, man, but it comes up. It says like Dr. Robert LSD or something like that. Maybe go to my page and put it in the chat. Maybe
go to @Ninja Shoes and End of Days Radio, and also see some of Dr. Robert's tweets that I retweeted, and you can follow him that way as well.
Yeah, that way. That's probably the best way to do it, because I don't know that shit by heart, man. I be so much into other shit, man. I can't remember stuff like that. And like our phones and shit, we don't even have to memorize how to spell anymore, man. So my memory's kind of shot. That's why I take notes and jot everything down.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, that's kind of what I do. I take tons of notes like all the time, and helps get me through the day. So, Dr. Robert, once again, great to have you on.
Tell him I agree with him too. We don't let them steal our money, and we organize. Yeah, I agree with him 100%. I don't have all the answers, man, but at least we get together and start a roundtable and we build. Just the dialogue followed by action, man. Like I'm not like, I'm not a Svengali, man. That's why we need everybody, man. You know what I
You're
mean?
not a Svengali. Well, that's a positive.
Yeah, I'm not, man. We just all human beings, man. We need to put our heads together and solve it, because the government ain't helping us. We just need to say, fuck them. Give us our fucking money. We don't want to hear about hating each other and none of that. Miss Susie is about to lose her family's farm. We need to worry about that shit first, and then we worry about the hate second. But let's make sure that everybody can eat, everybody can keep their land and their homes and shit. Don't have to get stressed out, and don't have to like lose their farm or mortgage their property because a loved one got sick. How about we focus on that shit?
Love
and
it.
any politician that tries to divide us and don't have a plan on how to get us our motherfucking money, we give him the finger and kick it in his ass and kick him or her out the fucking town. Fuck.
Give us our damn money instead of just keeping it.
Yeah.
Share it.
Yeah, exactly.
Fix the potholes in Seattle.
California produces enough food to feed the whole world, man. Scarcity is a fucking illusion.
Yes, and my God, what a great show. 4.5 hours. Dr. Robert.
I loved it, man.
Yeah, we will continue this conversation next time, my friend. We'll be joined
soon, man, on like marketing things and shit like that with Logan.
Let's do it. Let's get together.
And General Lee too, man, because we need to plug everybody, man. Because this should work for everybody's show. Everybody can get love.
Definitely. And we will have our man Todd the Bod back next week to be on panel with us as well.
All right, brother, let's go.
Alrighty. We'll talk to you next time. Until next time, Dr. Robert.
See a chance. Peace.
AOC for life. Yes, indeed. AOC. AOC is all we need, with that sexy smile and her Marxist beliefs. Hell yeah, grow our own food, says Skate and Destroy. Man, it's been a while, hasn't it? We started this whole shebang 4.5 hours ago. Dr. Robert has a lot of energy. I'm practically ready to kill over, but I feel like he could have gone a full 8 hours. But always good to have him on, friend of the show. Definitely a great addition to our panel here. I mean, what better than somebody who has had these experiences within his local city government? If you even want to call it local, I mean, the cities, there's so much. They're a concentration of energy, a concentration of money in said form. They are often on the water, so all the shipping and receiving comes in. They have these the pyramids and monoliths of ancient times are mega structures, and buildings are the equivalent. Like when I see the city from far away, that's like seeing the Great Pyramid, but that's the Great Pyramid of our times. I don't know if those two things are really comparable. For all I know, before the flood, they had cities that were equally as stupendous, but I suppose my beliefs are rather kooky. Part of it is just disbelieving in everything. It's disbelieving what I've been taught, disbelieving what has been force-fed to me since I was small and gullible. Perhaps some of these things like Tartaria or Flat Earth are just more fantasies, or perhaps it's the opposite. Maybe what we were taught was a fantasy in the first place. How far could we possibly be along? People don't seem that entirely evolved to me out there. They seem like they struggle to get along. A major focus of the show today. I wanted to thank my guest today, Diego Bosch. I can't believe what a nice guy he was. And despite the fact that there was a slight language gap, the guy kept saying, I don't fully understand, but to me, he had a better grasp on the English language than a lot of Americans. I appreciate him knowing how to speak my language, because I sure as hell can't speak his. Nor will I probably ever get around to trying, considering I have many videos to watch that are sent to me by fans and listeners of this show. Considering the fact that this show has become a nexus for positivity and networking amongst the truth community. What was once long ago a show about getting stoned and talking about UFOs and ghosts and goblins and Bigfoot has, I wouldn't say it's evolved. In some people's eyes, it may have declined. But what we've experienced was a true awakening. And this journey has been, it's made my life worthwhile. Let's put it that way. Whatever problems I have on the outside world, this is my escape. This is my bubble. This is my TARDIS. This is where I'm safe and protected. Why is it that this show has remained on? Why has it remained platformed? You know, we've had our issues, but why has it not been given the treatment that all the others have? I guess this is where some people would say that I'm some kind of agent, and this is a psyop. Or you might just say, no. That's more crazy talk. This man is somebody on YouTube called me a bedroom broadcaster. I know my bedroom isn't the best backdrop for a major broadcast, but I find it to be rather quaint. And upgrades are coming. I'm probably going to ditch the pirate flag and add some sort of cool end of days radio sign, because I'm getting this Freemason, skull and bones, Nazi accusation a little bit too much. As much as I don't care what y'all think, not saying you, the fans, I mean people that are a little bit more newer to the program. As much as I don't care about people's opinions, it's not necessarily the strongest message to put out there for this show. I am not in any sort of Nazi organization, nor do I aspire to be a member of Skull and Bones, and I'm not really a pirate either. I mean, I don't even have a boat. So it's probably going to go. I thank you guys for your feedback on that issue. And perhaps one day we will upgrade to a full-on studio of some kind. It might be sooner rather than later, so stay tuned for that. I personally don't see why anybody would care. Like, I put this plastic brick thing behind me, and I found it to be boring. I would rather have a person's personality behind them rather than some put together plain set that looks like anything else. And it helps keep that underground feel as well. I mean, this is as underground as you can get. We are in the world of the Illuminati. You know, the Illuminati are part of this show in a way because they allow us to exist. But part of the reason is that they know that if they kill us, just like Obi-Wan Kenobi, we will come back stronger and greater than ever. It is getting rather late. Let's get on with the sports section of the program. Sports, yay. I really need a sound effect of some kind for that. Football is here. The first preseason games have been played, or games. Aren't you excited? Here we are in 2023, in the year of our Lord, and once again, those boys in the pads and the helmets, in the roids, will take the field and show off their gladiator abilities for the world. I'm happy about it. I hope you are. As a Seahawks fan, you see I'm wearing my Seahawks hat, to show support for the team. We are possibly going to be Super Bowl contenders. I know that bothers a lot of people because unless you're from Seattle, we're the enemy. But I think anybody that loves football can appreciate Pete Carroll. I think that the story of Russell Wilson and his departure has fascinated NFL fans worldwide. I think that us completing that Pete Carroll story and winning another Super Bowl with a fresh a freshly grown team with hot new draft picks are going to light a spark. But one thing I wanted to talk about also was the top rookies for the year. I'm going to name some of them: Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, Quentin Johnson, Jalen Carter. Check these guys out. I was pretty happy the other day because I pulled a Jordan Addison card. Yes, I bought some football cards. It was a numbered parallel, and it made me feel absolutely amazing, like I just pulled a golden ticket. Sports cards are the worst addiction. You shouldn't even go there, believe me. The only thing that's probably worse than that is Eurorack. If you know what Eurorack is, then stay away. There's a reason they call it Eurocrack. All these things are a waste of money. The MLB wildcard race is heating up. It seems that the same teams as last year are dominant once again. But this is the first time this year that it has looked so tight. It seems that Tampa Bay, Houston, Toronto, the Red Sox, the Yankees, and of course my Mariners are all very close to achieving that wild card status. We seem to be playing a lot better, and some of those teams seem to have been playing worse. So from my perspective, I'm happy about it. I love it. But I don't feel we are as good as last year. And all these other teams I just listed off, they seem like they've improved where we have not. That's the biggest problem here. But then again, something seems to be heating up, so I'm not counting us out yet. I don't know who's going to be there this year. I hope the Astros don't go to the World Series again. That would be embarrassing. Enough with the Astros. They're turning into the new Yankees of the South. In other news, moving on from baseball. Sorry, grabbing my notes. The Rock. Wait, I gotta find this story. The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, international movie star, highest paid actor in Hollywood. He surprised a UFC fighter, Themba Gorimbo, with a house. He bought him a house because the guy was sleeping on a couch at his MMA gym, and he obviously is not rich. He's very poor, and The Rock did something pretty cool, I think. He bought him a house. He must have seen what was going on and thought, hey, I'm going to help this guy out. That's very altruistic of Dwayne Johnson. I always thought he always seemed like a pretty nice guy. He always seemed to me like a decent person, whereas a lot of other wrestlers weren't so great of people in their personal life. He just seems very nice and very, very kind of down to earth in a way. I don't know if that's his Samoan upbringing or what. Okay, we did it. We made it through sports. We made it through news. We did the mind-blowing moment of the day. We had fun. We had something in the sun. I wanted to go over who's coming on the show soon. Next week, we will be talking to Rowan, the Da Vinci of our times. We tried to get together with him 1 or 2 times before. Didn't quite work out. Been hyping it up for a while. he will finally be joining us, and it will be a great philosophical journey. On the 18th, oh, by the way, that will be at 7 p.m. You know, these people live in Australia. Some of them do. So in order for minds to meet and for two trains to not pass each other in the night, I will have to meet with our buddy Rowan later at 7 p.m. on Friday of next week, the 11th, Pacific Standard Time. And on the 18th, we will be talking to Sam Wise from Weaponized News. Our buddy Sam, I've appeared on his show like twice. So going on his show, him coming on here is something I've wanted to happen for a while. It's going to be a great pleasure. And we will truly introduce him how he deserves to be introduced from Weaponized News, one of our favorite shows out there. On the 25th, we will be joined by Laura Faye, who talks about aliens, UFOs, and my favorite topic, twin flames. Very interesting personality there. I hope to have more ladies on the show. It's been something I've been making an active effort to make happen. If you are somebody of the female persuasion, please reach out, because there's a lot of Mars on this show, right? Too much male energy, too much aggression. We're manly, right? I got huge biceps. Not bad, right? We're pretty buff and mighty, very alpha, but sometimes you got to have a little bit more female energy. I'd like for more females to listen to the show. It's been too sophomoric and too Martian or Aries for too long. We need to grab a little bit of that Isis energy. Respect the goddess. And that's it. If you would like to appear on End of Days Radio, hey, what can I say? Reach out. The most I can do is all that I can do. But I've had enough. I'm sure you have too. I think that playing some outro music would be appropriate. And I will tell all of you that it was great to have you here. It was great to hang out. It's great for you to be a part of what's happening. Donate to the show. Go to endofdaysradio.com, click donate. You can donate through PayPal or with Bitcoin. Looking forward to those big Bitcoin transactions. Support the show. Help me keep the servers up, keep the lights on. Motivate me to keep putting on the show once a week. If anything, at least I can make ends meet by pouring my heart and soul into my holy work that I believe should return in some way that energy that I am giving out. Why would we pay for things like tarot readings and things of that nature if they're all fake? Well, somebody's guiding you through the process and helping you achieve what you want to achieve through their process. So why not pay them to give you a tarot reading? Is there something really that wrong with that? As long as they're not overcharging, I think it's okay. If someone wants to read your palm at the county fair, or they're not hurting anybody, if they're doing a good enough job of fooling you, maybe they deserve the money anyways. That's another way of looking at it. Not that these things are false in any way. Probably a mixture of both, right? Like a gypsy would do. They mix real magic with stage magic. But it's been fun, but I gotta run. I will see you guys next time. This is Daniel signing out from the broken ruins of Babylon.